and Building Code Council to order. This is the first quarter meeting on this 28th day of February 2025. Time is now 10:01 a.m. My name is Matt DeTivo, and I serve as Secretary of State Walter Mosley's designee and Chair of this Code Council. With the warmer temperatures we're seeing outside, I'm hoping that we have hit the spring and fall, but that's probably fool's gold. We have a very, very busy day today. This is beginning of the end of this code update process. I'm excited. It's been a 3-year process to this point. Staff is excited, probably pretty tired at this point. So, it's a happy day, and I look forward to getting us through it. I'm going to begin today with the announcement that Mike Weber, who was the longtime designee of the Division of Housing and Community Renewal, has retired. We wish Mike well in his retirement. He was a trusted friend and an advocate for affordable housing. He didn't actually speak that much, but when he did, we listened because he had something to say. I know that I and the rest of the members are absolutely going to miss his counsel. HCR has always had a second designee, Joe Palazzola, who I'm sure will represent the division ably today. I will also announce that Vince Rappaciulo from DOL had a conflict, so Commissioner Reardon has designated John Kunick to serve in that role today. Thanks for being here, John. Okay, next, I want to announce a new member of the Energy Services team, Nicholas Petromel, is joining us. I know that Emma is very, very happy to have another resource, and so I thank him for joining us and for his public service. Okay, to the agenda. Like I said, long day. We're going to complete announcements, and we'll adopt the meeting minutes from September 27th. We'll move on and then hear from John Dario about the doings in the division, and then we'll move to our legal staff, who's off to my right here. They're going to handle some updates to the law and some chapter amendments that affect this council or the work that we do. From there, we get into the meat of it. We walk through the recommended changes to the Uniform Code and the Energy Code from the NRD. We will also hear from Chris Corcoran from NYSERDA on cost effectiveness. And at the end of item 4, we will take a voice vote on approving DOS to move forward with the notice of proposal under the SAFA process. After that, we will move to agenda 5, that is seeker and the GEIS. Staff will present, and then we will take a vote on that to move that process forward. Now, I'm hoping the timing will be right. We're going to play it by ear a little bit. Agenda 6 is an executive session. We'll try and line that up with lunch. We're going to stay here in the room, and everyone else is going to leave. We'll reconnect for agenda 7 when we come back. We're 80 online, and then also a lot of people in the room, so it's going to be a long afternoon of public comment. As is our precedent, each person will get 3 minutes to speak. To make sure that we give everybody an equal chance, because it's a lot of people. We're going to strictly hold to that 3 minutes. No hard feelings if we have to cut you off at 3:05 or 3:10. I'm going to note now, and I'll also note later when we get there, that there'll be a public comment period that comes with SAPA. That's another opportunity for folks to weigh in. We'd actually appreciate getting your comments in writing during that 60-day period. It's actually a little more than 60 days. When we finish public comment, then it's me announcing future meetings, seeing if there's any other business, and then we adjourn for the day. Okay. It's going to be a long day. Again, I'm just going to keep saying it. I beg everyone's patience. Okay, other announcements. I think it's important to note that we received more than 4,000 comments from the point at which we published the notice of approval and development in July until now. Those have been shared with the council, not using email, using a SharePoint that allows them to view them all. Assuming the council moves forward with the SAPA process, I just want to make sure everyone knows sort of the dates and times ahead. We would file next week, and then The public comment will open on March 19th. That will run until May 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Those are the 3 hearings that we have under SAPA. 2 will be remote because we want to make sure as many people as possible can attend. And then there'll be 1 in Albany. Okay, with all that behind me, we're off and running. Kevin, I'm going to turn to you now to do the conduct of meeting and to establish the. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll start with the quorum. Matt Tebow,
Here.
James Cable,
Here.
John Kunet,
Here.
Joseph DeStefano,
Here.
Joseph Toomey,
Here.
Timothy DeRuger, here, Robert Hughes,
Here.
and then Adam, if you could unmute Buffalo. William Tyne.
Here.
Dominic Marinelli.
Here.
And if you mute Buffalo and unmute New York City, please. Patrick Dolan,
Here.
Michael Sabatino,
Here.
Joseph Palazzola,
Here.
and you can mute New York City, and then Keith Wen.
Here.
Thank you. So pursuant to Public Officers Law, Section 103A, a quorum is established of 12 members attending at locations open to the public and 1 member participating via video conference from a remote location that is not open to the public. And so I guess just some general meeting etiquette. So at this time, we have, as Matt said, 70 to 80 people signed up to speak during the public comment period today. We're going to be limiting it to 3 minutes, and I pasted the list in the order of people who have signed up as of 8 o'clock today in the chat. So if your name is not on the list, please chat into Adam, who is my host today, and let them know you would like to be added to the list. And then if all of the panelists could just stay muted unless you need to speak. And if anyone's having an audio issue from the panelists, again, reach out to Adam.
Okay. Kevin, there are no changes to the agenda that I just announced, correct?
No.
Okay. No changes. That takes us to agenda item number 2, the minutes of the meeting we held on September 27th, 2024. You should have received a copy of that when we sent you the packets last Wednesday. Are there any changes to those meeting minutes? Okay. Hearing none, then may I have a motion to adopt the meeting minutes of September 27th? Okay, Jim Cable makes the motion. Can I have a second? Joe DeStefano seconds. All in favor? Signify by saying aye. Aye.
Abstain, I was not present.
I'll abstain. I was not present.
And
Abstain.
John, it's good you're present. We still have enough, so it is adopted. Agenda item number 3, vision update. That takes us to Dario on the screen from his office. John.
Morning. I just have a couple of quick updates as just a follow up from our last meeting. The RFP for the single exit building study was released, and staff is in the process of reviewing the bids that we did receive in order to select a successful consultant to perform the study for the Code Council. Based on the scoping plan, the consultant is expected to develop a comprehensive study and report relating to egress for multi-unit residential buildings above 3 stories and up to 6 stories. The final report should be available approximately 6 months after the execution of the contract. And as we move forward, I'll continue to update the Code Council on the progress. Regarding rulemakings, DOS did submit a notice of proposed rulemaking to amend Part 1205, which is the variance and appeal procedures. The proposed rule would amend and update Part 1205. The changes would clarify that the Department of State can determine as a routine case a request for a variance from a construction permitting agency that is based on substantially similar petition previously granted by the department or one of the 6 regional boards of review. The rulemaking was published in the January 29th, 2025 State Register. There will be a public hearing held at DOS in Albany on April 2nd, and the public comment period ends on April 7th. The last item I have is the ICC code development process. The spring hearings will be held April 27th through May 6th. That's actually the Group B to create the 2027 I codes. So we actually, Department of State staff currently has about 30 proposed changes to the Group B codes, which will be held at those hearings. I would also like to note that Kevin Dorr-Clark and Jeannie Rice will be sitting on the ICC technical committees at those spring hearings. Regarding the energy code, this cycle, also to create the 2027 codes, DOS staff has approximately 30 proposed changes to that code alone. So also I just want to note that Emma Gonzalez Ladders and Dan Carroll will be actually serving on the ICC Energy Code Committee as well. So as you can tell, between the Energy Code Service Unit and Code Development, we have been very active in the international code development process. Just wanted to thank staff for all their great work on that front and staying involved in the ICC process. I know they got a lot of work that they've been doing for the code and everything else. So, but they've been doing an amazing job, and I appreciate everybody's effort on that. That's all I actually have for now, unless there's questions.
All right, hearing none. Thanks, John. Appreciate the update. And echo your thoughts about staff. Right now, staff is doing double duty. They're handling the 2025 New York code while also working on the 2027 I codes. And it isn't a small task for some of them. I'm looking at the one who's really taking it right now. Really working hard. Okay, that takes us to our legal team to handle the legislation and the chapter amendments. So Peniota, do you want to introduce it?
Sure. So there were a few recent amendments to either the executive law and or energy law. And we have a couple of legal staff that are going to be going over what those specific ones are. So kicking it off first is Anna Bernard talking about smoke detectors.
Okay, on November 22nd, 2024, Chapter 465 of the Laws of 2024 was signed along with approval memo number 14. On February 14th, 2025, Chapter 21 of the Laws of 2025 was signed and will take effect on December 31st, 2025. However, effective immediately, the addition, amendment, and or repeal of any rule or regulation necessary for the implementation of this act on its effective date are authorized to be made and completed on or before such effective date. Chapter 465 of the Laws of 2024 amended subdivision 5-B of Executive Law Section 378 to add paragraph C to require that the Uniform Code shall include standards requiring every multiple family dwelling to install an operable single station smoke detecting alarm device in common spaces, but exempted public housing subject to certain federal safety and inspection standards. Approval memo number 14 of 2024 provided that the standards that the Code Council must adopt to protect residents from fires in common areas should cover multi-family housing of 3 or more units outside of New York City, regardless of whether it is privately owned or public housing. The approval memo further provided that the Code Council should be allowed to develop standards for smoke detecting alarm devices or systems in accordance with nationally recognized standards and to define common spaces in the standards it develops. Chapter 21 of the Laws of 2025 amended the newly added paragraph C of subdivision 5B of Executive Law 378 to require that the Uniform Code shall include standards requiring every residential building with common space shared between 3 or more dwelling units to install operable smoke detecting alarm device or system with alarm notification that is clearly audible in each common space in accordance with nationally recognized standards. The Code Council is authorized to define common spaces for the purposes of the standards provided, that such definition shall include any spaces accessible by all residents, including but not limited to lobbies, hallways, and stairwells. Currently, the Code Development Unit included the requirement of Chapter 21 of the Laws of 2025 in the Uniform Code proposal.
Next up, we have Malia Pelkey, who's going to talk about 2 pieces of legislation. I'll turn it over to her.
Talk first about the energy law section 11.1049, which requires electric vehicle charging stations and electrical vehicle ready parking spaces in certain new buildings. On December 21st, 2024, Chapter 643 of the laws of 2024 was signed along with approval memo number 74. Chapter 643 amended Section 378 of the executive law to require new construction that includes dedicated off-street parking to provide electric vehicle charging stations and electrical vehicle ready parking spaces for the current code update. This chapter would require new EV ready parking spaces and or EV charging stations in 1, 2, or 3 family residence, multi-unit residential buildings, and commercial buildings. With the effective date April 1st, 2025, these requirements will apply to the current code update. Approval memo 74 of 2024, signed by the governor, indicated that changes to the bill were necessary to provide the code council with the flexibility to ensure these requirements remain affordable and determine whether these should be installed in newly constructed 2-family homes. On February 10th, the Senate passed Bill S-801, which is the chapter amendment to Chapter 643. This would repeal Chapter 643 and amend the energy law to require the code council to promulgate standards that would require new buildings with dedicated off-street parking involving a garage, driveway, parking lot, or other off-street parking to have EV-ready infrastructure and EV charging stations. These requirements would be included in any new energy code update adopted after December 31st, 2026. These standards shall not be construed as applying to buildings existing prior to the adoption of the new code after December 31st, 2026, including to the repair, alterations, addition, relocation, or changes in occupancy and use of such buildings. The code council may provide EV-ready infrastructure for detached 1 or 2 family dwellings and must require a minimum number of parking spaces with EV-ready infrastructure and a minimum number of parking spaces with EV charging stations for occupancy other than detached 1 to 2 family dwellings. By establishing minimum standards, the code council must consider the electric vehicle goals under Section 19-0306B of the Environmental Conservation Law, the differencing needs of different building types, maximizing equity or access to EV charging across income levels and housing types, geographic locations, and employment types. For commercial buildings, EV charging access needs of employees and customers, and for multifamily residential buildings, standards that allow stations to be wired directly into the meter or EV sub-meter serving a residential unit. This chapter provided the following exemptions to EV code requirements for affordable housing projects and exemptions due to technical infeasibility, geographical location, and building types as the code council deems appropriate. As said, currently this bill has passed the Senate on February 10th and is sitting in the Assembly. Next, I'm going to talk about the changes to Executive Law 374, which was passed on December 21st, 2024. Chapter 604 of the laws of 2024 was signed with approval number 46. And then on December 27th, 2025, Chapter 4 of the laws of 2025 was signed and shall take effect immediately, provided, however, that Section 1 of this Act shall take effect on the same day and in the manner as the chapter of the law of 2024 amended the executive law relating to the appointment for the agricultural representative on the code council as provided in legislation bills number S-12-8B and A, 1080D takes effect. So Chapter 604 of the laws of 2024 amended subdivision 1 and 1C of the executive laws 374 to expand the size of the code council by 1 member for those to be appointed by the governor with this advising council to Senate, who shall represent agricultural producers. The increase in the size of the council this increases the size of the council from 17 to 18 members. Approval number 46 of 2024 stated that while it is imperative that the code council membership representing a diversity of interests as the bill was drafted, it would lead to an even number of members and potentially lead to deadlock in the future. Changes were necessary to appoint one more member to avoid this. Chapter 4 of the laws of 2025 amended subdivision 1 of the executive law 374 to increase the membership of the co-council from 18 members to 19 members. And to do this, it added an additional member to be appointed by the governor for the commissioner of the state agency, adding the Department of Agriculture and Markets to the list of option commissioners. Chapter 4 also amended subdivisions 1, 3, and 9 of the executive law 374, which replaced the word chairman with the words chairperson, ensuring compliance with the current law. Lastly, Chapter 4 amended Section 2 of 604 of the laws of 2024, changing the date that it should take effect from immediately to July 1st, 2025. Therefore, both substantial amendments to 604 and the substantial amendments to Chapter 4 will take effect on July 1st, 2025. Accordingly, the number of members to comprise the code council will increase from 17 to 19 members on July 1st, 2025, and the quorum will change from 9 to 10 members as of July 1st, 2025.
Thank you, Amali. So just to go over it, we've got two laws that actually have been passed and have amended the executive law. So that would be the smoke detector one, which is already included as part of the code books that you've seen, and the agricultural representative piece, which again did two pieces in December, adding one member from agricultural producers to be included on the code council, and then in January added another member to be added from the list of commissioners and adding as an option Department of Agricultural and Markets. So that one doesn't actually go into effect until July 1st, though. So the code council membership is still at 17 today. And then on July 1st, it'll jump to 19 with those two additional members. And then the EV charging infrastructure legislation, the chapter did declined in 2024, but it went with along with that approval memo that indicated this chapter amendment is going to make amendments to it. So that will be part of the future energy code update after this one.
Are there any questions for Penny Oda? Hopefully you think. Okay. Hearing none, we close agenda item 4 and we move to 3 and we move to agenda item 4. Agenda item 4, I'm just going to lay this out so that we all know what's coming and how it's going to go. We're going to start with Kevin and his team. They're going to do the uniform code and the changes that are being proposed from the NRD to now. We'll take any questions, comments at the end of Kevin's team's discussion. Then we'll jump to Emma. She'll do the changes from the energy code. They're far more modest. And then any discussion or comments related with regard to those. Then we'll jump to Chris Corcoran. He will do cost effectiveness. He'll give us I believe it's going to be a PowerPoint behind me. And then we'll do any discussion and comment related to that. Then we'll take the voice vote that would push forward us into the SAPA process. Okay. Kevin, whenever you're ready, jump right in.
So I guess I'll ask everyone, bear with us. I've got about 6 pages worth of notes myself to go through, and my team will go through some as well. May seem like a lot, but it's pales in comparison to the gigantic box of information that's sitting somewhere on the floor in front of us, which is the entire package that was sent to the members and posted to the website. So I'll get started. I'll have my staff do a couple of the books, and then I'll wrap up with a couple of the books. But first, I wanted to recap a little bit about the process and the timeline of developing the uniform code thus far, because I think it's important to map out a little bit of where we've been and where we, in comparison to where we're going. So in March of 2022, after staff presented a high-level list of notable changes of the 21 ICC model codes, the Code Council decided to base the next version of the Uniform Code and Energy Code on the 2024 International Model Codes. Staff then began a more detailed review of the 21 ICC codebook changes and continued its review and participation in the development of the 2024 ICC codebooks so that we'd be well positioned to provide the Code Council with details and recommendations for any updates to the code based on the 2024 I-codes that were still under development. Since the March 2023 meeting, the Code Council and the public have been presented with numerous versions of the rule and development documents. Staff began integrating the 21 with the not yet published 24 ICC code language overlaying it onto the 2020 New York State Code language, and then streamlining the integration of the new proposed language into in advance of the release of the 24 codes. This process resulted in the NRD documents that were posted just prior to the July 2024 meeting, which included all of the proposed language changes to the 2020 New York State Code books. As Matt mentioned, we received over 4,000 comments on the NRD documents. Since July, staff has then shifted gears from the NRD style documents that everyone's been seeing for the past couple of years and to begin working directly into the actual code books. This process required staff to become proficient with a new software that we haven't used before, which is Adobe FrameMaker. And this will allow us to seamlessly integrate the New York State specific changes into the now published 2024 ICC code books and produce these final draft documents. It's been no simple task for my staff to be able to jump into these Adobe FrameMaker files, and they've been working tirelessly to give you the books that you see in front of you today. I just want to take a moment to thank them. It's been, like I said, switching from the NRD documents and putting all the New York State changes into these FrameMaker files has it's been a lot of work since July to get these documents presented to you today. And also thank the legal team because they've been instrumental in helping us get to this point as well. So the first thing I want to do is I want to note a couple of changes that we need to make to these documents before they're finalized and the notice of proposed rulemaking is filed and published in the state register. So the documents, again, they were posted on the public notice for this meeting and the co-council members received them in their packet. But I have a list of a few things that we need to basically update. Most of them are just kind of errata or simple typographical errors, but I want to make sure that the co-council knows exactly what is going to be posted as the notice of proposed rulemaking. So I'll start with the energy code quickly first. And it's, again, it's all editorial changes. For example, in a definition in the residential table of content, we going to update and correct the spelling of the word deserved. Definitions, a couple of definitions needed some minor changes. The property maintenance code of New York State definition had a space that needed to be added in the word state. And the definition for roof steep slope, we had to change of to or. So again, some of these are very minor things, but I want to make sure everybody's aware. Then 2 changes to footnotes and table. First, table C40627, footnote 8. We changed the first instance of the word measured to credit, and the footnote A to table C40628 added a space again between credit and is. So those are all of the changes that will happen between, again, now and the posting of the notice of proposed rulemaking for the energy code. Uniform code, I didn't list them all out like Emma did, but we did have similar editorial changes, including there's some black bar margins that we're going to be removing. A couple of pages had track changes still turned on. We have a couple of unnecessary blank pages and some pagination and indentation updates, several typographical errors, and fixing a couple of section numbers. Those are the bulk of the changes. 4 or 5 more other things that we did pick up on. We received some of them from the code council members review. Exception 1 in section 102.7 of the building code is a section that has an exception for modular buildings. That is we've had confusion about how it's written, and it's actually an unnecessary exception. So it's going to be removed. We clarified in ASHRAE 15.2 the incorporation by reference that it actually includes the supplements, and the supplements are necessary because it includes the requirements and the features for the use of A2L refrigerants. So if we don't include those supplements, we're going to be missing out on important information. So we want to make sure that gets added in. There was a clarification we needed to add for one of the postings of parking garage loading limits. It just says posted, and so we want to clarify what posted means, and it means basically that it's posted in a visible, conspicuous location. Otherwise, it's not a useful posting. And then the last thing, the definition for attic in all of the code books was slightly different. Some of them reference the unfinished space, some of them reference finished space, some of them don't mention it at all. And so we're going to be removing the word unfinished from attic. And so it aligns with the ICC code, and it's consistent across all of the code books. So those are all the things that we need to change in the actual books. And next, I'm going to go through basically what was changed in the books, notable items since the NRD documents to now. There have been a list of, again, we fixed, spelling errors, fixing italics of defined terms, correcting section references, replacing the term building permit with permit for broader clarity. And then there was a number of ICC erratas that have trickled in over the last few months that we needed to make sure we're included in this. So all of those things at a high level have been corrected. And I'm going to go through chapter 1 stuff, and then I'll pass it off to Steve. So generally speaking, in chapter 1 from the NRD documents, we did do a bit of rework. Initially, when we did the NRD documents, we were attempting to blend the 2020 code language with the ICC structure. And I think there were a few things that were left off that are important for New York State specific changes that we needed. So what you'll see now in these NRD, those proposed rulemaking documents is much more similar language to what was in the 2020 code, but restructured to match ICC's formatting. So that way, when we have pointers in other areas of the books, they point to correct sections in chapter 1. We made some changes to standardized sections between the code books. In the past, some sections like, 102 was scope in one book and 103 was scope in another book. So we're trying to maintain consistency there. A couple of specific changes in the residential code is we moved some language around, some language that was in other chapters that really should have belonged in chapter 1 was moved and vice versa. So there were some things that talked about, what should be on a set of building plans and a later chapter, but that really is something that we talk about generally in chapter 1. So those things were moved around. And we also added an exception for compliance with Appendix BA for maintenance of manufactured homes was added to the property maintenance code and to the fire. So with that, we'll pass it over to Stephen if you want to head up to the podium and take building code, please.
Yeah, council. Through some of the updates on the building code. First, we're changing this title of section 429 from healthcare facilities to healthcare facilities and special flood hazard areas. We updated the language of footnote G in table 29.01, which is the minimum number of required plumbing fixtures, to further clarify New York State Department of Health's permitting process through the authorized Department of Health entity for holding or promoting mass gatherings, which is 5,000 plus persons, that may require additional plumbing fixtures beyond the minimum number of fixtures required by the Uniform Code. Section 2902.1.4, we improved the NRB language to clarify further that the language has specific requirements for the defined terms public swimming pools. And this language specifies the number of dressing facilities and showers for those public swimming pools based on the gross square footage water area of the pool. And in addition, we added definitions for unseen shower and rinse shower to chapter 2. We added section 2704, electrification ready, specifying code requirements for coordination with part 1240. Section 1207 for enhanced classroom acoustics was reserved in the NRD, but for the NPRM, we added a new informational appendix appendix S, enhanced classroom acoustics with the same ICC language. We added a new table 1106.22 specifying a more significant minimum number of accessible spaces at shopping centers, facilities that have at least 5 separate retail stores. This created a second table for specific occupancies to align with the Vehicle and Traffic VAT Chapter 71, Title 7, Article 32. We added more detailed requirements for swimming pools and hot tubs using the language from the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code based on comments received from the swimming pool industry professionals and to ensure compliance with the updated New York State statute. We reserved section E111 reference standards and appendix E supplemental accessibility requirements to avoid confusion with the same reference standards specified in chapter 35. We reincorporated the New York State minimum ground snow loads map based on comments received from structural engineers and added a sentence to section 1608.2. Ground snow loads shall not be less than those determined in accordance with figure 1608.25 multiplied by a factor of 1.6. This created an or scenario where the new method or the old maps are to be used and the larger the two values. as noted by legal for smoke detectors in common spaces of certain residential occupancies. Section 907.2.11.2 includes expanded the language of item 4 to align with New York State statute, further clarifying the single and multiple station smoke alarm requirements groups R2, R3, R4, and I1 common spaces shared by 3 or more dwelling units. We deleted the New York modification from tables 509.1 and 705.5. The changes in the NRD were ICC changes and not New York State changes. We revised section 2902.9 grease interceptor language to make it a pointer to the plumbing code stating that the new grease interceptors shall comply with PCNYS section 1003.3. We revised section 406.2.7.1 cutoff switch language to make it a pointer to the fire code stating that disconnecting means for electric vehicle charging stations shall comply with fire code of New York State section 611. In section 1202.1, we deleted the sentence where natural ventilation is proposed in buildings 4 or more stories, and that was found during the public comment period, and we determined it to be an editorial oversight. Table 705.5, we changed footnote H from NY Reserve to the ICC language based on a public comment received. And it now reads, for a building containing only a group 2 occupancy private garage or carport, exterior walls shall not be required to have a fire resistance rating where the fire separation distance is 5 feet or greater.
Thanks, Stephen. And while Chad gets up to the podium, I had one more thing that I realized I didn't say under the items that we need to add to the notice of proposed rulemaking. There's one section in the residential code of New York State where we added additional locations for smoke detectors and basically in larger residential homes based on NFPA 72 in coordination with NFPA 72 that needed to go into the building code and fire code as well in order to maintain consistency across the code. So that was one of the things. And then Chad will give an update on the fire code.
Good morning, board. So section 312.2, an exception was added for EV charging facilities to increase the boiler spacing for 3 feet. Section 320.4.1, we have an exception for lithium-ion battery storage containers that comply with UL 1487, which was just released. Sections 404.21, 404.2.2, 404.2.2.1, we have provisions in, to aid in the evacuation of people with disabilities. We added section 611. This is disconnected means for electric vehicle charging stations, mostly based off of NFPA existing language and some proposed language that's being contemplated at the NFPA level. Sections 907.2.11.1 and 907.2.11.2, we added the smoke alarm requirements for common spaces as previously discussed. Section 1207 for energy storage systems, we had several changes. Section 1207.4.8 required the production date of the signs that were be identified on signs for ESS facilities. Section 1207.4.9.1, the video monitoring, we expanded that to require that all areas of enclosure and entry points be captured by the video monitoring. Section 1211.11.9, toxic and highly toxic gas section, and section 1207.11.11, fire resistance rating. Both those sections were removed to align with the model code as these provisions were redundant and covered by other sections and were deemed unnecessary. Section 1207.12.1, we removed the cost requirement out of the peer review as that is an administrative requirement. Sections 5704.2.13.1.4, 5704.2.14.1, and 5704.2.16. removal and banning of tanks. So we matched the model code language and separated out heating oil tanks, which is a special New York State law, to match the model code and comply with New York State specific requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. That puts us about halfway through my group speech, if anyone's tracking. Next up, I'll wrap up the rest of the books. I'll start with residential code. So based on the comments received, staff worked with several of the co-council members and the public in using information discussed in the co-council work group from 2022. We modified the residential sprinkler requirements. It was previously included in the NRD that all 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouse units be required to have sprinklers. For the notice of proposed rulemaking, it reverts back to the 2020 requirements for 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses, and adds only new townhouse units served by a public water main to be required to have sprinklers regardless of their height. Appendix BN, extended wall plate construction, was converted to an informational appendix. Similar as noted in the building code, the 2020 snow load map was added back into chapter 3 as a minimum snow load provision, so that any areas which would have reduced snow loads using the new snow load maps from ICC must continue to utilize the 2020 snow loads, the New York State specific ones. All references to chapter 11 were removed because they are not in, chapter 11 is not included in the residential code, and they were replaced with specific references to the relevant sections of the energy code. The DEC flood and sea level rise changes were added. And just as a note, these were previously included in the NRD errata document that was posted about 1 week or 2 weeks after the original NRD. Just wanted to clarify that that did get into this version. The smoke alarm requirements for common spaces, as we've talked about previously, was added and adjusted slightly to align with the new legislation. We added additional smoke detector locations to align with NFPA 72, predominantly for larger square footage homes. Emergency escape and rescue opening requirements for alterations and repairs of existing basements was removed from chapter 3 and added into appendix BO for clarity. The swimming pool and spa changes included GAP 8 latching requirements changed to align with the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code for the new legislation, and suction entrapment provisions reworded to align with the building code and residential code so that they are consistent requirements. Provisions allowing the use of ASHRAE 15.2 for H-well refrigerants was added, and as noted above, we're going to make sure we include the necessary supplements. CCST and ARCCSST provisions were reorganized to match the IRC section organization. Electrification ready provisions were added to chapter 37. Appendices AA, AB, BC, and BD were marked as reserve. And appendix BA was modified to reflect the 2024 flood changes, which are allowing up to 4 dwelling units in a single manufactured home, and also some additional editorial and minor changes there. And appendix BO was further reorganized to be more consistent with the international layout. And the sprinkler provisions for additions adjusted to require sprinklers in additions to townhouse units served by public water mains, and additions to 1 and 2 family dwellings changed to be the same as it was back in 2020. The existing building code, we had smoke alarm requirements for common spaces, again added to align with the new legislation. The requirements for grease interceptors was added, incorporating applicable provisions from the previous part 1229. Provisions were added for fire apparatus access roads for buildings undergoing a change of occupancy. Appendix E, temporary emergency uses of buildings, adopted as part of the code, or to be included as adopted as part of the code, but was modified to only be applicable when a state or federal emergency declaration is issued. And then there were editorial changes to appendix F, diaper changing stations, to remove definitions which were redundant with the inclusion of chapter 2 definitions, and coordinate with the diaper changing stations appendix that it was in the building code of New York State. The next couple of books are brief, don't worry. Property maintenance code, the only thing we had there was the smoke alarm requirements for common spaces was added into there. Fuel gas code to align similarly with the note above, CSST and ARCSST provisions were reorganized to match IRC section organization. And fuel gas space heating devices, flame safeguard device provisions were added. For the plumbing code, basically the similar changes that were done, and Stephen noted in the building code, were done here to correlate with the swimming pool and bathing facilities. And lastly, in the mechanical code, updated section 1101.1.1 and table 1103.1 and the reference standards to include ASHRAE 15.2, addressing the recently enacted federal requirements for A2L refrigerants, and also based on the comments we received. And that, believe it or not, is the summary of the uniform code.
All right, thanks, Kevin. We're gonna give you a half a second to take a drink or a breath or whatever you need. And I'm just gonna say, obviously, it's a decent amount of changes. We took the 4,000 plus comments to heart. A lot of them were on the same topic, but they were spread pretty wide as well, so. Okay, wasting a minute, you're good? Okay, I'm gonna open it up now. Members, do you have comments or questions of the team?
I'm just second comments about the efforts of Kevin and council and your work as much work as you did. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim. Anyone else? Okay. I'm just making sure no one is waving at me from the far offices. Okay. In that case, we're going to jump to Emma and the energy code.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. See if we can bring some energy back in the room. I only have 2 pages, so things are improving already. I presented at the July 26th meeting a summary of the notable changes in the 2024 New York State Energy Conservation Construction Code. And from here on, I'm just going to say Energy Code, as compared to the 2020 New York State Energy Code. The summary of notable changes was posted on our website shortly after the July 26th meeting. We also posted a draft notice of rule in development shortly after that meeting. And off the bat, I'd like to address some misinformation. As many of you know, and John mentioned earlier, I participated in the development of the 2024 International Energy Code, or the Model Code. There were provisions in the draft that was produced in late 2023 that were the subject to appeals. The appeals were heard in March of last year as being outside of the scope and intent of the Model Code. The ICC, or International Code Council, I promised the reporter I wasn't going to use acronyms. The ICC Board of Directors agreed with the appellants and moved those provisions to voluntary appendices. The notice of rule in development that we posted in late July after the July 26th meeting did not contain either those provisions or the voluntary appendices. Now, as far as the Energy Code is concerned, the notice of rule in development contained 3 documents, essentially 3 PDFs. One was the proposed changes to the New York State specific version of the International Energy Conservation Code. The second one was the New York State specific version of standard ASHRAE 90.1, or American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers. So from here on, I'm just going to say ASHRAE. The provisions for fossil fuel prohibition, or AKA electrification, which were codified in Article 11 of the Energy Law and in Section 378 of the Executive Law, and will be set forth expressly in Part 1240 of Title 19, was document number 3. Following the posting of the notice of rule in development, as you've heard already, we received multiple comments. Some of those comments were general, addressing the code update broadly, and some comments were very specific, pertaining to specific sections and specific language. As a result of those comments, we added language that was inadvertently omitted. We made corrections, clarifications, and other editorial modifications. No significant changes were made to the draft from what you already saw in July to what you have code council members have already seen. The public can also see. I will, however, highlight some of those specific changes in a minute. But first, I want to point out that, as Kevin mentioned, the documents we shared with you in July look very different from what you're seeing today. basically as a result of documents that were prepared in Microsoft Word, and what you see now, it was prepared in Adobe FrameMaker. But also what we showed you in the draft was only proposed new language or proposed modifications, where what you see now is the entirety of the book, including provisions that were not modified at all. And lastly, you will notice that the current version of the code, the 2020 codes, are formatted in 2 columns. The International Code Council changed that in 2024, and the formatting is just 1 single column. So you visually will see some changes. However, I will tell you what they are in a minute. There were no significant changes. So let's go to the specifics. Firstly, in the Energy Conservation Construction Code of New York State book, we added a new definition for site recovered energy because it's a term used within the body of the code. In the interior lighting power allowance tables, we added dormitory living quarters and fire station sleeping quarters because they were inadvertently left off in the notice of rule and development draft. We made clarifications in section C4 3.4.7 to the provisions for heating and cooling system controls for operable openings to the outdoors, and in section C406.1.1.2 for core and shell build out construction that does not include central mechanical equipment. We removed the New York State specific modifications for the provisions for additional efficiency credits on commercial substantial alterations and reverted back to the model code language. And last one for that book, we added a new section C503.2.8 requiring a building thermal envelope certificate in commercial alterations. Book number 2, ASHRAE 90.1, there is nothing noteworthy to mention there other than minor editorial modifications, formatting of tables. Sometimes when a table is very long and it breaks across pages, FrameMaker makes that very inelegant, let's just say. So there was additional work there to make the tables look more cohesive. And the third document, as it pertains to the electrification provisions set forth in Part 1240 of Title 19, we made clarifications and corrected an omission. We received several public comments in that particular document. One of the things is we clarified the definitions for what constitutes a commercial food establishment and the definition for grid. We added a pointer to the uniform code and made all clarifications to the definition for electrification ready, because the uniform code is where you will find those provisions. We added a reference to the Energy Conservation Construction Code of New York State to the list of code book references. In the applicability section, that this was the better of all the changes, we clarified that the effective date for the prohibition on the use of fossil fuels is tied to the initial date of construction of the pertinent building, and it doesn't apply to buildings that existed prior to the effective date of the applicable prohibition, even if further renovation work takes place in those buildings. And finally, there was some renumbering, formatting, and editorial changes made in the conditional exception section for clarity. So it moved from being last to being second. As I mentioned before, there were no significant changes made from what you've already seen in the draft. I thank you for your attention, and I yield back to the chair.
Thank you, Emma. Since I'm going to talk as long, I won't riff for a minute. We'll just jump right in. Are there any questions or comments with regard to the energy code? Okay. We're moving quickly today. All right, that takes us to Chris Corcoran from NYSERDA to handle the cost effectiveness. And we're going to, Chris, just half a second. I want to make sure we get the PowerPoint up behind me if we can.
No problem.
And we're up. All right, Chris.
All right. Good morning, Chair Tebow and members of the Code Council. My name is Chris Corcoran, and I lead the Codes, Products, and Standards team at NYSERDA. I'm pleased to be here this morning to discuss the results of the cost effectiveness evaluation for the proposed 2024 energy code changes that Emma just discussed. As you know, energy law requires the Code Council to determine that an energy code update is cost effective. This evaluation is shared with you for your consideration in making that determination. Next slide. Before we get into the results, I want to take a brief step back to remind everybody of the three parts of the cost effectiveness evaluation. These pieces were directed by New York State energy law and defined in the New York State rules and regulations. First is the 30-year life cycle costs and savings. This portion of the analysis provides an estimate of the cost of construction and ownership, including maintenance, replacements, energy savings over the 30-year life of the building. This analysis follows the Department of Energy's methodology for evaluating cost effectiveness of energy code changes. Regulations adopted last year help refine this methodology and incorporate New York specific inputs and data. So the analysis includes New York State climate zones, construction forecasts, labor and material costs, energy prices, and interest rates. The evaluation also includes the secondary and societal effects derived from the proposed energy code changes. This portion of the analysis provides a monetized value of greenhouse gas emissions reductions from the changes in fuel and electricity consumption. The value is calculated using New York Department of Environmental Conservation's establishing a value of carbon guidelines for use by state agencies. And the last piece of the cost is the cost effectiveness presumption. Basically, if the sum of the life cycle costs and savings plus the value of the secondary and societal effects is greater than or equal to 0, the proposed code updates are presumed to be cost effective. We can go to the next slide. Based on those parameters that I just outlined, the proposed 2024 energy code is cost effective and saves energy. The evaluation shows that the proposed revisions are cost effective across the full code, but they're also cost effective when considering both the residential and commercial energy code updates individually. Moreover, the 30-year life cycle costs are positive before adding any secondary and societal effects to the totals. Overall, the estimate shows that the energy code will result in 18% site energy savings compared to the current code. Next slide. Going one step deeper here, the proposed 2024 energy code update will help New York families and businesses where these buildings are covered by the new energy code. Average New York household will save $594 annually on utility bills because of the proposed changes. And New York businesses could save an average of more than $69,000 annually on their utility bills for commercial buildings. The proposed 2024 energy code also leads to site energy savings of 19.5% for commercial buildings and 17% for residential buildings over the current code. Those cuts translate to a 30-year CO2 or carbon dioxide emissions savings of 604,000 metric tons. Roughly, that's equivalent to taking about 140,000 cars off the road per year. And most importantly, for New Yorkers, these changes bring new buildings to the current industry standards for health, comfort, and resilience, which is going to make these buildings a better long-term investment over their lifetime. Go to the next slide. This last slide here gets into a little bit more of the specific breakdown to share with the council. These results, as you can see, are weighted by building type and climate zone for new construction across New York State. So these are representative of the full New York State picture. When we compare the 2024 proposed code to the current code, the incremental first cost of new construction is about 86 cents per square foot. That breaks down to $2.33 per square foot on the residential side and a savings of 1 cent per square foot on the commercial side of things. If we look at the 30-year life cycle costs, that pencils out to about $7.10 per square foot statewide without the secondary or societal effects. When you add in those secondary and societal effects, the savings increase to about $7.68 per square foot. As noted before, when you consider both the residential and the commercial energy code on their own, the changes are positive. They provide positive savings, and those positive savings are with and without societal effects. So as you can see from here and from the numbers that we've shown, this analysis is showing that the proposed 2024 energy code is cost effective based on the energy law and New York State rules and regulations. For those of you that are interested in digging in further and getting into a whole lot more detail, we've posted reports that break out these cost effectiveness numbers and provide additional analysis on the NYSERDA website. You can go to the publications section and in the energy analysis and report studies to download those. Next slide. Thank you for your time, and happy to take questions from the council.
Are there any questions for Chris from the council? Okay, hearing none, thank you, Chris. That takes us to the operative portion of this agenda item. We're going to do a voice vote. I'll make the motion. I'm going to note this doesn't constitute approval of the content. We're just talking about, I'll make the motion now. I'm going to make the motion that we grant DOS approval to file the notice of proposed rulemaking in the state register. So we're just doing the operative thing. We're moving this to the next step and into the SAP process. Is there a second for that vote? Joe and Jim at the same time. And is there any discussion on that vote? Okay, hearing none. Looks like we have the New York City and the Buffalo microphones open. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
I hear none opposed. Okay. DOS has approval to move forward with the rulemaking. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to agenda item number 5. This is our action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. I'm going to turn it over to you and you can introduce.
So for this, we're going to have Anna Banat also give a presentation regarding the secret process and where we're at currently.
Okay, I'm going to go over where the secret process is gone, and then today's current speaker actions, and then. So at the July 26, 2024 Code Council meeting, Ben Kaczynski presented an overview of the State Environmental Quality Review Act, SEQR, process. The Code Council voted to designate the Code Council as the lead agency for the purpose of environmental review under SEQR, and for the Department of State to act administratively on behalf of the Code Council to file, post, and publish any supporting document. They also requested the department to file positive declarations for the short environmental assessment forms, EAFs, for both the Uniform Code and Energy Code update rulemakings. They also requested the department to publish on the department's website, as well as the environmental notice bulletins, the draft scope and the draft notice of intent to prepare a draft generic environmental impact statement, GEIS, for proposed amendment of the Uniform Code and Energy Code, and to receive public comments to the draft scope through September 6, 2024. The notice of draft scope was published in the environmental notice bulletin on August 7, 2024, and comments received through September 6, 2025. At the September 27, 2024 Code Council meeting, Kenyatta High provided an update on the secret process. The Code Council voted to request that the department to publish on the department's website, as well as in the environmental notice bulletin, the final scope. Request that the department prepare the draft generic environmental impact statement for the proposed amendment of the Uniform Code and Energy Code in accordance with the final scope. The notice of the final scope was published in the environmental notice bulletin on October 9, 2024. The department drafted the draft generic environmental impact statement, DGIS, provided as part of the members' packet. The DGIS includes an executive summary, a summary of significant changes from the Uniform Code and Energy Code that coincides with the list in the final scope, and the regulatory impact statement risk for the Uniform Code and Energy Code. An introduction to the proposed actions in Section 1, the environmental setting in section 2, the history of the seeker process for the rulemaking in section 3, the general impacts of the significant changes to the Uniform Code and Energy Code in section 4, the environmental impacts of specific changes made to the Uniform Code in section 5, and the environmental impacts of the significant changes to the Energy Code in section 6. It also has an appendix with the risks for the Uniform Code and the risks for the Energy Code. The department recommends that the Code Council request the department to publish the DGIS on the department's website and publish notice of acceptance of draft environmental impact statement in the environmental notice bulletin. The department also recommends that the Code Council requests that the department conduct an in-person and virtual public hearing on May 16, 2025 on the DGIS and publish a notice of public hearing on the department's website, environmental notice bulletin, and the state register. As part of the secret process, the draft GIS will be issued along with a notice of proposed rulemakings for both the Uniform Code and Energy Code updates. Public comment will be received again. With respect to the seeker timing with SAFA process, the public comment period will run concurrently and end on May 27th, 2025. The Code Council will need to accept the final GIS at the June 2020 meeting and issue a binding statement prior to voting on approval of the notice of adoption for the rulemakings at the July 2025 meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions on that presentation? No. Okay. Then I'm going to have Penny to read the motion on my behalf, just because she's better at it than I am. Go ahead, Peach.
For your consideration, I move 1, that the Code Council accepts the document titled Draft Generic Environmental Impact Statement for proposed amendment of the New York State Uniform Fire Prevention and Building Code and the State Conservation Construction Code. Such document be published on the New York State Department of State website, and a notice of acceptance of draft environmental impact statement be published in the Environmental Notice Bulletin for compliance with Article 8 of the Environmental Conservation Law. 2, that the Department of State shall conduct an in-person and virtual public hearing on May 16, 2025 on the document titled Draft Generic Environmental Impact Statement for proposed amendment of the New York State Uniform Fire Prevention and Building Code and the State Energy Conservation Construction Code. A notice of such public hearing be published on the New York State Department of State website, and a notice of public hearing be published in the Environmental Notice Bulletin and State Register for compliance with Article 8 of the Environmental Conservation Law. So moved.
Thank you, Penny. May I have a second for that? Joe Toomey seconds. I looked in that direction. So. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none. I'll have Kevin call the roll. This is a roll call vote.
Matt Tebow,
Aye.
James Cable,
Aye.
John Kunick,
Aye.
Joseph DeStefano,
Aye.
Joseph Toomey,
Aye.
Timothy DeRusher. Aye. Robert Hughes.
Aye.
Adam, if you could unmute Buffalo, please. Dominic Marinelli,
Aye.
Bill Tyne,
He is out of the room at the moment.
okay. Thank you. If you could mute Buffalo and unmute New York City, please. Patrick Dolan,
Aye.
Michael Sabatino,
Aye.
Joseph Palazola,
Aye.
and Keith Wen.
Aye.
I still don't see Bill in the room, but we do have.
So it's a unanimous vote with 12. Thank you very much. Motion carries. Okay, well, that takes us to agenda item 6, which is the executive session. We're actually a little earlier than I thought we would be. Food is probably not here for another few minutes. So why don't we do this? We'll enter executive session, and then we'll add maybe 15 minutes for a lunch. So we'll come back at 11:45. And we will begin public comment, agenda 7 at that period. Okay, thank you all for coming back into the room. I made a mistake. I apologize, mea culpa. I didn't actually make a motion. So I'm going to move right now to enter into executive session to discuss our litigation strategy in the case of Mulhern Gas Company, Inc. et al. Versus Walter Mosley et al. May I have a second? Joe seconds the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor of entering executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? Okay, we are now going into recess in the main session. We'll say until 11:45 or so. And hopefully everybody can grab some lunch and we stand set.
Okay, recording is resumed.
Right, Zoom, we're back on the record. All right, everyone, we are back. I apologize for the extra lunch. I made a mistake there before we went in and we had to correct it. We did. I went in, I made a motion to enter executive session. Did and be approved by the board. We held executive session where we discussed our litigation strategy in the case of Mulhern Gas Company, Inc. versus Walter Mosley et al. Okay. That takes us to agenda item number 7, as public comment period. I have here, we have XX number of people signed up. The list is well north of 80.
It's XX plus 10 at this point.
Okay, it's XX plus 10 at this point. So it's going to be a long afternoon. We want to hear from everybody, so we're going to make sure that we limit very, very strictly to the 3 minutes that we have granted in the past. In fact, if it's 3 minutes or less, I'm very appreciative. The clock's on the wall behind me. The only time I'm going to speak, I'm going to turn this over to Kevin. The only time I'm going to speak is when you've got about 10 seconds left. I'm going to say you have 15 or 10 seconds left. Can you please wrap it up? Once we pass the 3-minute mark, we've kind of told our staff, cut it off and we're going to move to the next person. Apologies in advance. Not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. We're just trying to get through a list like we've actually never seen before. Okay. Kevin, I turn it over to you.
Right, thank you. So we're going to jump around just a little bit initially. We're going to start with New York City in person. So if Adam, if you can go ahead and unmute New York City. And I understand we have Emily Gallagher there in New York City to speak.
That's right. Everybody good? Okay. I'm Assemblymember Emily Gallagher. I want to thank you for including the provisions of the All Electric Building Act in this code update. All Electric Building Act was my bill before it was passed in the budget in 2023. So I'm especially proud and happy to be here with you all today. As we know, passing legislation is just the first step. The implementation and the ways laws change the status quo, is really where it goes. Electrification matters. We are racing against time to decarbonize and address climate crisis. And, the science is saying that we are going too slowly. We have a federal government that is backtracking on even the mildest reforms and inviting oligarchs, including from the gas and oil industry, to run our country. And this threatens to destroy the tremendous progress that we've made together by the clean energy movement and ruin our chances of shifting the economy to a model that will sustain us for generations to come. It could not be more urgent. New York State must lead and must show the country that we can continue to make progress no matter what is happening in Washington. All electric buildings are healthier for residents and healthier for the environment. They are cheaper to build and cheaper to operate, and they are how we decarbonize and build a future where the next generation can live safe, healthy lives. Something to keep in mind as we discuss these rules today, the All Electric Buildings Act is law. The rules that are in the code have been debated and adjusted already. The deadlines have already been pushed back. Every month that we delay implementation is time that new buildings that do not comply with the law are built. With all of that in mind, I am so thrilled to see the key components of the All Electric Buildings Act included in these rules. These code updates represent a critical milestone and a huge step, but they are just the beginning. And I noticed that there are significant omissions from the scoping plans recommendations in these codes. These are common sense, future-focused recommendations that can help create good jobs and a more sustainable future. For example, we should absolutely be planning for EV readiness in new buildings where parking is provided. and we absolutely should be installing heat pumps in buildings whose fossil fuel infrastructure wears out. These recommendations are not radical. They are thoughtful, common sense proposals to help New York City and the state change our trajectory and make the transition that will save lives and stave off the worst effects of climate change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Assemblywoman.
Thank you.
And that's it for New York City, correct? Great, thank you. And I already checked, there's nobody in. Okay. So then we're going to jump to a couple of remote people. So Adam, you could find and unmute Neil Jimenez.
Neil's unmuted.
Neil, if you speak, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome, perfect. So hello everyone, my name is Neil Jimenez. I'm the Legislative Director for Assemblymember Yudam Kasabian. I just hope everyone's doing well. I just wanted to testify today just to make sure I'm reminding you of the commitments we made, the laws we passed, and the responsibilities this code has been asked to follow through. You know, the work you're doing is critical, and we recognize and greatly appreciate the steps you guys have taken so far in updating the 2024 Building and Energy Code. You know, the inclusion of provisions such as the all-new electric construction, demand response controls, on-site renewable energy requirements, and better insulation standards demonstrated your commitment to New York's climate and energy goals. However, our appreciation does not equal completion, and the work is far from done. The most critical elements of our state's climate policy, the phase-in of zero-emission equipment, electric vehicle readiness, solar requirements for residential buildings, and energy storage systems have been left out of the most recent draft. These provisions are not trivial add-ons, they are the backbone of a truly effective energy code. Their exclusion weakens the very foundation upon the policies we fought so hard to put into place here in Albany. So let me just be clear, we're not asking to push a political agenda or to take an activist stance. We're just simply reminding of what the law requires. The Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act and the Advanced Building Codes and Standards Act make it clear that these provisions must be incorporated to ensure that our state's greenhouse gas reduction goals are met. The law does not allow for selective enforcement based on convenience or industry pressure. It demands full adherence. This council has already made commitments in previous draft revisions. To roll them back now would be an abdication of responsibility. The credibility of this process and of this council depends on the consistency and integrity of the process. If there are those who take issues with the requirements that are put through the law, the proper forum for debate is a legislative process and not a last-minute revision that undermines the intent of the laws that we passed. So if anybody in this meeting, in the council, or any place has any issue with these environmental regulations, we are glad to see you here in Albany. Admittedly, we have set ambitious goals, but they are necessary targets for a cleaner future. This is not the time for hesitation or half measures. We urge you to restore the missing provisions and ensure that the final energy version of the Energy Code reflects the full breadth of the commitments we have made as a state. So I thank you guys greatly for the work you're doing and look forward to the clean future we will build together. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next.
All right. Next, we have Sarah Anna Shrestha. Find them on the list, Adam.
I don't have that on the list.
Okay. How about Anna Kelly's?
Yes. Their mic is live.
Your mic is live, Assemblywoman. Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, this is a staffer for Assemblymember Kellis. She's finishing up another meeting and asked if you could come to her a little bit later in the list.
Okay, we can do that.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have James Coral.
Say it again.
James Coral, C-O-R-L. Oh, I see him on my list. I can unmute him. All right, James, you should be unmuted.
James, can you hear us?
We can come back.
We'll come back.
Okay, then we're going to shift to in-person, Greg. If we could unmute, room 1135. And Greg, if there's anyone there to speak in person, if they could speak up and state their name.
Good afternoon. My name's Chris. Thank you for having me today. My name is Christopher Mader. I spent over 28 years working in the capacity as a paramedic, firefighter, and retired in 2020 as a career fire chief with the Fairview Fire District in the town of Poughkeepsie. I currently work as a building and safety consultant. During my career as a firefighter, I often had a recurring nightmare of a large fire that had no control of the situation. Unfortunately, that nightmare became a reality on January 21st, 2012, when a fire occurred in a single-family dwelling at the 112 Fairview Avenue. It is commonly known as the Mayor's Fire. That night, the Fairview Fire District was dispatched for a fire in a building with multiple calls and reports of people trapped. Fire personnel arrived on the scene within 3.5 minutes of dispatch, only to find a well-involved fire. The aftermath would result in 4 people just barely making it out of the structure by jumping out of the windows, and 3 college-age people succumbing to the heat and smoke. The next morning, as we were packing up, the property owner asked me why. I did not have an answer. When he asked what could have prevented this, I quickly responded, sprinklers. The property owner, to his credit and at his own cost, replaced the home and installed residential sprinklers. When I spoke to him just a couple weeks ago, he related it was the best decision he had made. He sleeps well at night, knowing the people living in his rental home are now protected from fire. The undisputable fact is sprinklers do save lives. The NFPA reports that in homes with sprinklers that had fires large enough to activate them, the sprinklers were effective in controlling the fire 97% of the time. 89% of fires with sprinklers were controlled with a single head, and firefighting injuries were 78% lower when there were working sprinklers. In Bucks County, Pennsylvania, several municipalities adopted a residential sprinkler ordinance. From 1988 to 2010, there were 90 deaths in 1 and 2 family homes without sprinklers. During that same time period, there was not a single death in homes that had a sprinkler installed. There are multiple other examples of communities where requirements for sprinklers have resulted in 0 deaths when compared to homes without, but due to time limits, I can't expand on that. According to the U.S. Fire Administration in New York State, for the year of 2024, there were 72 fire fatalities in 1 or 2 family homes. In addition, in total, 109 when you look at all residential structures. An additional 34 home fire deaths have been reported so far this year. The youngest to die was age 1, the oldest was 95. In 2024, the Gates Fire Department reported New York to be the national leader for fire fatalities, a disproportion of which were in residential homes. Failure to adopt a sprinkler code for 1 and 2 family residential sprinklers will in all probability result in New York State continuing to be #1 for the immediate future. I respectfully request that you include code requirement for sprinklers in 1 and 2 family structures. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Greg, do you have anyone else in your room to speak in person?
No.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, we're going to jump back to Assemblymember Sarah Hanna. I guess you are on the list. We just didn't see your name. So Adam's going to unmute you now.
So you're unmuted.
Assemblymember Sarah Hanna Shrestha calling in from Mid-Hudson Valley. So thank you for holding this hearing. I am here to comment on the implementation of the All Electric Buildings Act, which we passed in the state budget in 2023. According to NYSERDA, buildings account for 30% of our economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions, and everyday tasks like cooking, heating, and doing the laundry worsen the climate crisis through on-site fossil fuel combustion. As we already begin to see the devastating consequences of climate change, including disruptions to food systems, cost of living, and to the maintenance of our public structure, making buildings carbon neutral through electrification and other measures is of the greatest urgency, especially since building all electric is not only necessary, but also happens to be cheaper than building mixed fuel. The New Buildings Institute finds that building single-family homes cost about $8,000 cheaper, for example. But more importantly, investing in new mixed fuel buildings at this time would be digging yourself into a hole of a costly future, and we want to avoid that. That said, I was glad to see on February 26th that the draft code updates included provisions of the all-electric law in Energy Code section 1240.6 and uniform fire prevention and building code section 1229.2. I urge the council to recommend adopting them. However, I was dismayed to find that critical parts of the state's climate action council scoping plan and the draft 2024 energy code have been moved to non-enforceable appendices. The Advanced Buildings Codes and Standards Act of 2022 was clear. The Code Council is required to update the code to include the strategies identified by the Action Council. So as such, the electric vehicle readiness in Appendix RE, solar for new buildings in RB, and energy storage for new buildings in RD must be brought back into the main body of the code. A month before the state passed this law, all electric buildings, we heard a final warning from IPCC. The legislature and the governor responded by taking an important step by passing All Electric Buildings Act. And at this time, it would be reckless for the Building Code Council to take us backwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Next up, we have Justin Flagg.
They're unmuted.
Justin, you're unmuted.
Hold on.
Oh,
They didn't do it, they muted themselves. Now try it.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you. I'm Justin Flagg, Director of Communications and Environmental Policy for Senator Liz Krueger. Senator Krueger couldn't be here today, but I'm testifying on her behalf. Senator Krueger thanks you for drafting and reviewing and approving the newest draft of the building code. She recognizes that's an enormous task. This draft complies with the requirements of the All Electric Building Act to electrify new construction in low-rise buildings starting next year and all new construction in 2029. It makes great strides in providing New Yorkers with increased energy efficiency through demand-responsive heating and lighting. It promotes resilience by requiring on-site renewable energy for commercial buildings. The statutorily created Climate Action Council scoping plan provided all state agencies with key strategies needed to achieve our science-based greenhouse gas reduction goals. Since buildings are the largest source of these emissions in New York State, the work of this council to update the energy standards of our buildings so they can quickly and affordably make the transition to clean energy is critical. Unfortunately, the draft code you approved today relegates numerous key strategies included in the scoping plan to the appendices, where they will not be included as part of the code. These include electric vehicle readiness, energy storage systems, and solar readiness. The Department of State and council members should take these sections out of the appendices and put them into the energy code so that New Yorkers occupying newly constructed electrified buildings can take full advantage of all the benefits of going electric during construction when it's the most cost effective. The Code Council should not delay in incorporating these key strategies into the energy code. The impact of the climate crisis is being felt by New Yorkers every day, and delay will only make those impacts worse and more expensive. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We're going to transition over to in-person in the Albany office. So first up, we have Marty Mosley.
Ready?
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Marty Mosley. I'm here on behalf of the New York State Building Officials Conference, or NISBOC. I'm immediate past president of that organization and chairman of the legislature review. As dedicated building officials and a strong advocate for the effective code development, I want to address the concerns of NISBOC regarding several proposed changes under consideration. Why it's critical at this point, once it's gone with proposed rulemaking, changes are limited and difficult. You as the Codes Council have the direction prior, and you can direct the Department of State Codes Division to modify those. why it's critical for NISBAC's voice to be heard. Throughout the process, NISBAC has dedicated countless hours in reviewing line by line code changes and submitted several written concerns on the proposed rule. I want to emphasize that these concerns cannot be ignored. We used to do this work on your technical subcommittees, but those committees were discontinued many years ago, which is a shame. As individuals responsible for enforcing the code, they're ones that must ensure that the language is clear, practical, and enforceable. If wording does not support the effective implementation, then the regulation itself becomes meaningless, no matter how well intended it may be. Code officials are front lines of enforcement, and we understand firsthand how regulatory language translates into real world application. When provisions are unclear, contradictory, or impractical to enforce, they do not serve their intended purpose and undermine the credibility of the code. The success of any code department or code depends on the technical accuracy, but it's also its usability in the field. If enforcement officials cannot effectively administer the regulation due to vague or impractical language, then it falls to a fundamental purpose. This is why it's critical and our concerns need to be heard. In closing, we ask you to give clear direction to the Department of State staff to remove unneeded language, remove language that exceeds the national and world standards, and remove language from other agencies that place a burden and liability on local government employees. Lastly, we urge the council to be careful and consider the input that you'll hear from NISBAC members who speak on the changes that have been identified and creates problems today, and ensure that the final language of this rule is minimum necessary, clear, enforceable, and effective. Anything less would be a disservice to just jurisdictions and professionals responsible for upholding these standards. I'd like to thank you for the time the Department of Staff has put into putting those code changes together and placing them. We have not had time at this point to review what's been provided as of Tuesday, but we do thank you for all the time and they put in. Thank you.
Thanks, Marty.
All right, I'll admit to not being able to read all of the names as best I can, but I will. So Mark Lefevre. Yep. Right. Okay. Said it right. Perfect.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Lefevre. I'm with the Town of Salina Planning and Zoning, and I'm also the second vice president of NISBAC. Today I'm talking about topic 2, and it's other agencies modifications. We have observed a growing trend proposed by the Department of State to add language to assist other state agencies into the codes that are not responsible for the code official to enforce. The administration impact of these changes on local jurisdictions must not be overlooked. Many departments already operate with limited resources, and the addition of the unnecessary provisions strain the resources further. Furthermore, adding references to these regulations that are by law responsibility of the state agency to enforce adds the implications that the local code enforcement officer must require to adhere to the regulations. This is not their responsibility nor their charge with the enforcement. This places liability on the jurisdictions for something that's not their responsibility. This goes beyond the scope of their authority. Here's a few examples. Language that's been added to the New York State Health Regulations for mass gathering, which is a Department of Health responsibility, not a local code responsibility. The language requires full compliance with the code and all of subpart 7-4 of the Department of Health regulations, whichever is more restrictive. This means there's more exploitation of the code official somehow now interprets and enforces a regulation outside their scope and authority. The code cannot give them the authority. Language been added to some of the exploitations of school safety plans in accordance with the educational law, FC 403.4. Language is added with some of the exploitation of portable unvented heatings in accordance with the real property law, FC 4103.1. Language has been added to some of the exploitation of dressing facilities and cleansing shower regulations for swimming pools. This was brought over from the Department of Health, BC 2902.1.4 and PC 403.1.4. Language has been added requiring fire safety plans to be Braille rated 2, level AA website compliance, WCAG standards compliant in the top 10 or top 12 non-English languages. would know Braille from the languages, so I don't know what we'd be able to do with that. In closing, we can enforce state agency regulations if it puts we don't enforce state agency compliance. If it puts liability on jurisdictions, we would ask if you would give the clear direction to the Department of State for remove the language of the agency modifications that has been identified by NISVAC and then make it NISVAC provided to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Valerie Scott.
Good job. Hope that fast in your life.
Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Scott, and I'm the first vice president of NIFLA, otherwise known as the New York State Building Officials Conference. Asking us to speak on the thousands of pages with only being provided a limited 3 minutes to speak is a big deal. Our message will be delivered by several members of the New York State Building Officials. We will and have broken our concerns into 4 categories. 1, unneeded modifications. 2, other agency modifications. 3, exceeding world standards. And 4, modifications that create problems. For my 3 minutes, I will be speaking on topic 1. You will hear from other NISBOC members on this and other topics. Unneeded modifications. Many of these proposals, while well-intentioned, do not have any effect on the administration, enforcement, or practical application of our codes. Instead, they introduce unnecessary language, increase the volume of pages without providing tangible benefits to public safety or the built environment. As professionals in the code enforcement community, our priority must remain the development of clear, minimum, enforceable, and effective regulations that serve the public interest. However, we have observed a growing trend in proposals that either restate existing provisions, introduce redundant language, or add unnecessary language that does not improve safety, efficiency, or compliance. Such amendments dilute the focus of our codes without advancing our mission of protecting life, property, and public welfare. I urge the council to take a critical approach in reviewing these proposals, ensuring that every approved change serves a distinct and necessary purpose. We must resist the inclination to modify the code simply for the sake of modification, and instead focus on meaningful updates that genuinely improve safety, usability, and enforcement. For example, small word changes that have no impact whatsoever, do not clarify anything, are completely unnecessary. For example, changing the word outside to outdoors. Modifying the determinant of seismic design section to add a sentence when the last sentence of the section says the exact same thing. Do we really need New York modifications to do these things? In closing, I would ask that you give clear direction to the Department of State staff to remove unneeded language that has been identified by NISBOC through markup and provided. Thank you.
Ed Casado.
You're up. Let her go by first. Keep it quiet. Okay, just because Joe Shower wanted to say it. Good afternoon, Code Council members. My name is Ed Casada, past president in New York State Building Officials Conference State Chapter, currently president of the Central Chapter out of Syracuse area. Exceeding world standards. The governor clearly said the top driver of our affordability crisis is the rising cost of rent, mortgages, and New York needs their house. There are several modifications, New York modifications, that have been added that far exceed what any other state or country require. They are not required anywhere else in the world, only in New York State.
These modifications increase the cost of construction, which in turn increase the cost of mortgages and rents. Example, there are a few. There is language that redefined a flood hazard area from areas that 1% to a 0.2%. This may seem like a reduction. However, a 1% is the 100-year flood, and that's what we are all used to. A 0.2% is a 500-year flood. These areas that are outside the special flood hazard areas, this modification would now require structures outside the special flood hazard areas to meet flood proofing regulations, reducing the percentage that not only defines flood hazard areas entirely differently from FEMA and the rest of the country. It adds undue burden to homeowners and unneeded costs to construction, mortgage, and rents. The number of accessible parking spaces has been increased beyond federal ADA regulations. The existing building code was modified to require this increased number of spaces even on a repaving and repainting. New York State is below the national average for disabilities and is not one of the 29 states above the national average. This exceeds the current federal ADA standards and would be a burden on development. BC Building Code 1106.2 language was added to the residential code that requires 3 times more than the national standard for mechanical ventilation. What is so special about New York State that we have to add these additional costs to the home buyer's mortgage? Language was added to the residential and plumbing code that
I have to ask you.
help us out.
Rick LaJoy.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Richard LaJoy, and I'm a member of the New York State Building Official Conference, also known as NIBOC. We have identified several proposals that create problems. We have provided this information to the Department of State in the hopes that they would be corrected or deleted. We're more than happy to give you further guidance if needed. Here are some examples. Language was added to the residential code that you referred to the building code for open and protected. Residential code was intended to be standalone. Please leave it as a 3/4 hour rating with self-closing and self-latching doors. Why make it so complicated? Language was modified in the fire code that requires the location of the keys for locked doors of jail or correctional facility to be on the fire safety and evacuation plan. Fire safety and evacuation plans are required to be filed with the local jurisdiction and are discoverable under FOIA. This is a bad idea to let anyone else know where these keys are located. Doesn't make sense. Language was modified regarding two-way communication and lockdown plan. It was modified to exclude schools as determined by law enforcement. How exactly would this be enforced by code officials, and who is going to hold that liability when some law enforcement agency says that a school doesn't need proper emergency communication, and then there's an incident or something else happens, and we've all seen these incidents on TV. The table specific for medical gases was modified to add beverage carbon dioxide and plant-growing carbon dioxide. Nobody will ever look in the medical gas section when installing a Coke machine. The definition of reconfiguration of space was added to the existing building code to include a change in use of the space and a change from non-habitable to habitable space. This conflicts with the change of occupancy definition. The way it is written, a change of occupancy no longer has to comply with the change of occupancy chapter. It only has to comply with the alteration chapter, pre-base of alterations level 2. This term is only used in 807.1 and 901.2. Both of those instances, the ordinarily accepted meaning can be used, therefore this definition is not needed, and it has unintended consequences. You would ask the council to do one of the following. Consider what NIBOC has identified and make the modifications yourself as the council. Or give clear direction to the Department of State staff to work with NISBOC to thoroughly analyze the sections that have been identified as problems by NISBOC in the markup that have been provided to the state. Or maybe rethink breaking the technical, some provisions again. Thank you for your time and consideration. We appreciate all the hard work that all of you have done and all the hours into this. We look forward to working collaboratively with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chris Roth.
Excuse me, I have to put my eyes on it, so I can get younger. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Christopher Roth. I'm the president of the New York State Fire Marshals and Inspectors Association. We respectfully request that the Fire Prevention and Building Code Council adopt as written the New York State Family of Codes based on the 2024 International Codes with limited New York State amendments. These amendments are based on specific language and would only be necessary to comply with specific legislative requirements. These amendments also serve as a great example of why legislators should not be tinkering with code adoption process and rely on you, the State Building Code Council. The body already has the authority and mechanisms in place to alter those and allow changes to be adopted. I want to be the first one to publicly express my heartfelt thank you to the New York State Building Codes and Standards Division for finally adopting a carbon monoxide regulation that's less than 16 pages, easy to read, and able to be administered finally by explaining to the public in common language. I also want to publicly thank Jeff Shapiro for the International Codes Consultants, as it's been his hard work and wordsmithing that provided the framework for this user-friendly provision. I also want to draw your attention to the mobile food preparation vehicle standard 309 in the current code, which we moved to chapter 4106. And I also want to bring you into your attention under New York State Amendment 101.3. It says the purpose of this code is to establish minimum requirements consistent with nationally recognized good practices. We've heard that statement here many times today, and I believe that NMPA 96 would also qualify as a nationally adopted recognized standard. Therefore, I think we should take a look at this sunset date of having food trucks exempted from kitchen exhaust and fire protection requirements if been established prior to May 12th of 2020. As you may already know, the 2024 New York State legislation passed a law that requires home builders to inform buyers about the installation of residential sprinklers. The law was amended in 2021. All it requires the building provide the cost estimate, including automatic sprinklers to their new homes. Very few home builders, if any, provide this information to future buyers. The fire service already accepted this as a compromise. It's heartening to hear residential sprinklers being linked to contentious issues such as rising interest rates and housing costs. Costs of raw materials, fuel costs, and other have risen due to the pandemic. As I'm running out of time, my last thing I'd like to bring to your attention, I think you need to make the process. Some of the legislators have said, well, if we want to put residential sprinklers, make it a local code issue. We could make it a local code issue, but unfortunately, to go through the code adoption process, they have to come back to you as a more restrictive local standard. And I think we need to make that process more user-friendly. If we have already had a public hearing in a local municipality, if we've already gone through the process, we've already adopted it, sent it up. I think we need to have an easier process to get that through this council.
Thank you, Chief. Steve Klein.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Klein. I'm a 60-year member and a former chief of the Oceanside Fire Department located in Nassau County. I'm also a past president of the Firefighters Association in the state of New York. The ICC code as written has called for the installation of fire sprinklers in newly constructed 1- and 2-family homes since 2009. My colleagues and I have been advocating for the adoption of that code as written into the New York State Code since 2011. 14 years of new construction that could have been protected by these life-saving devices. It is interesting that several code requirements to increase safety have been adopted into the code, such as carbon monoxide detectors, safety locks for refrigerants, and pool safety equipment for events that result in fewer deaths than by fire. A lot has changed in the last 14 years in the home environment, like EVSS, micromobility, battery-powered tools and appliances, and consumer electronics. Residential sprinklers continue to prove their effectiveness for a wide range of risks. Our ask is that you don't think of sprinklers as a requirement to combat only fire, but to protect you and your loved ones and the citizens of New York from the exposures, from exposures to the contaminants created by fires. Exposure to these byproducts have a far more lasting and deadly effect than the fire itself. Sprinklers continue to prove their effectiveness for those things that the code can't control, people and the things they do in their own homes. The argument that fire alarms alone are sufficient protection is not a viable argument. Numerous studies have proved that smoke alarms do not effectively rouse children from a deep sleep. Just yesterday, another fatality occurred in a home with a non-working smoke alarm. You can't remove the battery from a sprinkler. The argument that the cost is prohibitive does not hold water. Some of the folks making this argument are the very people who realize financial gain by reconstructing property damaged by fire. A reasonable argument can be made that rebuilding a structure damaged by fire would well exceed the original cost of the sprinkler system, or in many cases, the cost of the building itself. I ask you, council members, what is the value of a human life? In 2024, 138 residents of New York State lost their lives in fires. I ask again, what is the value of these people's lives? You have the ability to reduce these numbers. The sole interest of fire service, both career and volunteer, is the preservation of life and property. Required installation of residential sprinklers would undoubtedly reduce firefighter fatalities as well. New York State is a leading state in fire fatality. Thank you.
Next. Sal Pinelli.
That's why I saw the conversation.
Chairperson and members of the Code Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Sal Pinelli. I am the president of the New York State Building Officials Association Conference. As you're aware, the New York State Building Officials Conference is comprised of 18 chapters that provide education to approximately 2,000 certified code enforcement officials in the state of New York. In addition to educational activities, one of our primary objectives is to provide recommendations to the New York State Code Council based on our experiences enforcing the New York State Uniform Codes. However, I would like to take this opportunity to express our unequivocal support for the implementation of residential sprinklers in single-family dwellings, two-family dwellings, and townhouses. As you may be aware, some chapters of the New York State Building Officials have expressed opposition to these required residential sprinklers. We acknowledge that not only all individuals or chapters may fully comprehend the life-saving potential of the residential sprinkler system, but in August of 2023, our organization convened a special meeting to address this issue. During that meeting, the organization as a whole reaffirmed its support for residential sprinklers and resolved to advocate for the establishment of residential sprinklers as a minimum standard in New York State. A sprinkler system designed to comply with the International Residential Code and NFPA 13 serves as a life-saving system. Its primary function is to safeguard lives by preserving and protecting individuals within the structure. These systems provide additional time for seniors, disabled individuals, and people of all ages to evacuate home fire effectively. In conclusion, we request that you provide clear instructions to the Department of State staff to ensure that the residential sprinkler provisions are included in the 2024 New York State Uniform Code. Additionally, we urge you to consider the recommendations of our NISBOC members regarding language amendments and that are necessary to ensure the equal access and enjoyment of buildings by all individuals regardless of their age or ability. We appreciate this time and attention on this matter. We eagerly appreciate continuing our collaborative efforts to maintain the integrity and effectiveness of our state codes. Thank you.
Thanks, Seth.
Dottie Mazzarello.
Vice Chair.
Apologize for my voice. Chairman, members and of the State Code Council, on behalf of the International Code Council, I'm very happy to be here to speak in support of the proposed rulemaking, starting the process, the clock is ticking day. The international codes are revised and updated every few years by a national consensus process that strikes a balance between the latest technology and new building products and installation techniques, economics, and cost of construction, ensuring public and first responder safety. Jurisdictions that utilize the most current versions of the international code thereby ensure the highest standards for safety, energy efficiency, and sustainability, economic incentive, and long-term resiliency of the built environment. Happy to say that many staff from the Division of Building Standards and Codes, as you heard from John Ontario this morning, are quite active participants in the code development process by not only serving on committees, but as voting on several code changes. Technical and practical expertise of New York State code enforcement officials, design professionals, builders, contractors, labor representatives, and all organizations interested in building safety are vital to both your adoption efforts and ours. Updated codes are critical to any rebuilding following a natural disaster or any new building projects, as most current codes will ensure up-to-date building construction standards that are in place to ensure the safety and resiliency of new buildings. The 2024 international codes also reference the most current construction and fire safety standards that address design, installation, testing, inspection, and maintenance of critical building construction components and life safety systems. Additionally, the codes are a minimum standard, so of course it's always recommended to not lessen those revisions. FEMA research has found that adopting the most current version of the international codes will save the United States $600 billion over the next 4 decades, while the National Institute of Building Science has determined that the adoption of current I-code saves $11 for every $1 invested. Additionally, the Department of Energy estimates that robust energy codes like the IECC can save owners and occupants $126 billion in avoided energy bills by 2040. Of course, the ICC and I am honored to partner any way I possibly can with Code Council, and I'm very happy to be here on this historic day. Thank you.
Thanks, Dottie. Francis Spinelli.
Yeah, it was more fun.
Good afternoon. My name is Francis Spinelli, and I'm the Chief of the City Newburgh Fire Department. In my capacity as chief, I'm not only responsible for fire prevention and response, but also building compliance. Today, I'm here as a representative of the New York State Association of Fire Chiefs. As fire chiefs, we not only have the responsibility to assist our communities, but members of our departments are risk lives to save other lives and buildings. The City of Newburgh is located in Orange County and has about 3.8 square miles in area. The census reports we have approximately 28,000 residents, but the number is actually closer to 35,000. We're an urban city that's still trying to recover from urban renewal and is going through a period of restoration. Our code compliance department currently has 11 members trying to keep up with a massive number of plan reviews, permits, and inspections. Since January 1st, 2022, we received 105 applications for sprinklers and issued 88 permits. The majority of our projects are 13R systems for multiple wells. I know a little something about the sprinklers and the associated costs, including the cost of installing a 13D system in my own home. I'm here to address the rhetoric being spewed by the home builders and realtors associations. I feel almost like games being played like a recent presidential election where we don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. When waving the affordable housing flag, let's be honest and acknowledge that the 2,000 square foot home is not affordable housing, and that truly affordable housing is 700 to 1,100 square feet. Cost of affordable housing in our region is $300 per square foot. A 2,000 square foot home is running about $600 a square foot. This is fact, not fiction. Talking about the overall cost of the project, sprinklers are less than 2% of the overall cost. 1.85 usually. Residential strength has been in the National Code says as far back as 2009, allowed for trade-offs in design and materials and lowered the cost of construction. In New York, in the last New York code adoption cycle, the council saw fit to give those trade-offs but failed to provide the life safety protection pertaining to sprinklers. In 13D Appendix B, those trade-offs are listed. So I don't really need to go depth, as most of you should have already read Appendix B and 13D. So let's discuss lies being spread in the overall cost of 13D systems. In FBA 13D section 5.1.2.1, the following devices components should not be required to be listed. The water supply, pipe, fittings, tanks, expansion chambers, connections up to 5 feet, pumps, valves, gauges, water flow detection and notification devices, which aren't required for 13D. Hangers, backflow prevention devices approved by the Water Authority, and water meters. There is a requirement piping and fittings meet ASTM and ASME standards, which, wow.
It's time flies when you have.
I will submit it right.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
That was.
Michael Hernandez. All right, we do have one more in person, so we'll come back. And I'll admit, I cannot read this one. It says Chris with an M.
He's coming for second.
Okay.
Might have been Chris Mader testified upstairs.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, Michael Hernandez.
Hello, members of the Code Council and staff. Thank you for coming today. I'm Michael Hernandez. I'm the New York Policy Director for Rewiring America. And Rewiring America is really trying to help New Yorkers who want to electrify to kind of move forward in their electrification journey. We're really excited about the code that you guys voted on today, particularly the All Electric Building Act being part of that. Electrifying new construction moving forward is very exciting, nation-leading, innovative. And, we're glad that you guys complied with that law. And then we really liked the provisions that were included in there that weren't part of the All Electric Buildings Act, including lighting controls, demand response, heating and cooling, the increased insulation for homes, and the energy monitoring and reporting provisions. All of these are really great updates to the code. I think people are going to save a lot of money. We're going to have a lot less draw on the grid for those provisions. And so really excited about that. I think there's room for improvement. I think particularly when it comes to the provisions that were left in or that are in the appendices now. That includes the EV charger, the energy storage and solar provisions. Those were all included in the Climate Action Council scoping plan, which basically provided the key strategies to achieving our greenhouse gas emissions. They're already drafted out. They're in the appendices. All you have to do is put them into the base code. And New Yorkers will save even more money. Electrifying the homes, but not putting in these provisions actually does a disservice, because when you construct the building, it's much more cost effective. Like when NYSERDA provided their cost effectiveness methodology and you saw all the savings that were there, that will be multiplied if you can have solar readiness and then energy storage and using EV readiness. So really, it's so important that you put that all in there. It's also actually the law, the energy law basically directed the council to take those key strategies and put them into the energy code update. So please do that. You have until this summer to receive comments. So I'm sure you'll receive lots of comments supporting this. And so we really ask you to do that. And then disadvantaged communities, there was a report that was created that basically identified building codes as a real obstacle to decarbonizing building codes. I haven't heard anything from you guys about an analysis you did to show us how is this helping disadvantaged communities. Please do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, that wraps up the list that I have for in person. Is there anyone
Kevin, I just,
Did I miss?
2 minutes. And first off, my name is Tom McCain. I chair the Standards Goals Committee for FASD. I was going to speak because of the original schedule, because I'm very passionate, and sometimes my bosses say I can't say things. So I'm gonna let Steve make a written statement instead of me. The rhetoric is we were talking about with prices and stuff like that. I have just one comparison, and that would be my new car is going to be about $8,000. You're gonna take the airbags off, you're gonna take the anti-lock brakes off, you're gonna take all those safety measures away from my car, if I can afford to buy a new car. But yet we can't do that. We're making it safe for me to drive a car. I'm not gonna have an accident. What if I did? You're not gonna have a fire, but what if you did? Okay, is that 2% of that overall cost over a 30-year mortgage worth the life? Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Your chair. Anyone else in person? Okay, so I guess we're going to switch over to remote. I guess at this point we've done, it's been about an hour and gotten through 17, and we have 80 left on the remote status. So just keep that in mind. We're going to jump back to Assembly Member Anna first. So if you could unmute them, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Building Code Council members and staff. I'm Assembly Member Dr. Anna Kellis, and I represent the 125th Assembly District, which includes Tompkins and Cortland counties, and I'm on the Environmental Conservation Committee and the Housing Committees. Building codes establish minimum standards for energy efficiency in new construction. By promoting practices like better insulation, efficient appliances, and optimized building design, building codes mitigate the environmental impacts of buildings throughout their lifespan. The 2024 Building Code Update is a cornerstone of meeting our climate goals and fighting climate change. I wanted to thank you for the important aspects of last summer's draft code that were retained in this draft. However, we know that it is the way that we heat our homes and water that contributes the most to climate change. While households in disadvantaged communities experience the greatest harm from climate change, including health harms, they are also the ones that struggle the most to pay their monthly energy bills due to inefficient and deteriorating housing conditions. It is absolutely critical that disadvantaged communities be a central focus for the work of this council. Unfortunately, it is this council that is completely ignoring the conditions of housing in the disadvantaged communities. The climate law specifically prohibited agencies like this council from ignoring such communities when taking administrative action. So this must be rectified, and I ask you to look at that before you put the next draft out and the final in this summer. The updated draft released Tuesday night also removes key strategies clearly and directly identified by the New York State Climate Action Council scoping plan and put them into non-enforceable appendices, including electric vehicle readiness, where parking is provided for new buildings, solar for new buildings, and energy storage systems for new buildings. Pursuant to the Advanced Buildings Codes and Standards Act of 2022, the Code Council is required to update the code to include the strategies identified by the Climate Action Council. The extensive lobbying efforts and pressure that a handful of industry special interests, including building developers and fossil fuel retailers, put on the council last year are well documented, and it is unfortunate that they seem to have been effective in stripping these critical provisions from the draft model energy code, because clearly the department has followed some of this lead instead of the Climate Action Council, which was established in New York state law. In an era where climate deniers have taken over the federal government, the preservation of our human habitat is exclusively in the hands of states. We cannot let the very same corporate interests decimate our climate laws and our environment for their personal gain and leave us all with crippling debt due to infrastructure destruction. I implore you to use common sense and economic sense for the people and redraft these draft codes to align with our laws and protect our homes, our infrastructure, and our economy. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you do take into consideration all of these points and in your updated drafts, hopefully leading to this summer final decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assembly Member.
Next up, we have Mary Thompson.
They're live.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Thompson. I'm the CEO of the Home Builders and Remodelers of Central New York. We are a regional trade association that represents 8 counties around the Syracuse area. I want to thank you all for your work. The concern of our members of our association is the affordability of housing. We all know we're in a housing crisis, and we have to tread softly to ensure that homes are available for New Yorkers. There's a lot of good, worthwhile, low-income, affordable housing programs in New York. However, the issue of housing affordability for the middle class continues to be a great challenge. And for every dollar added to the cost of housing, both the affordable housing programs and the middle class housing becomes less attainable, only adding to the housing crisis we're now experiencing. I don't want to repeat what others have said or will say. I simply want to mention a few items. While we appreciate that 1 and 2 family homes have potentially been taken out of the mandate for fire sprinklers, the fact that they're still being mandated in townhomes is still a blow to the housing market and to housing affordability. Townhomes are often a great way for first-time home buyers to enter the realm of home ownership. And they're also a great way for seniors to be able to own a home without the same amount of maintenance. There are concerns that this mandate will only ensure that less townhomes will be built at a time when we're clamoring for more density from local municipalities. On another note, while we appreciate the work that NYSERDA has done, and we will certainly take a look and review the reports that they talked about earlier in the meeting, however, from what we're hearing from homeowners, the challenges of costs are greater than their study shows. Not only the costs of the build, but the cost after the build. My members have reported that all electric homes in our region, which has been very cold so far this year, during the extended cold snap, are much more expensive than anticipated to heat. And as we know, utility companies are going to continue to do the much needed upgrades to the grids, which is only going to increase the cost of electricity, if they can even get the grid ready. Add in the sprinklers, the maintenance costs after the build, again, housing affordability. One other quick item to note, and that's our existing housing stock. We have the technology to improve those older homes through weatherization and air sealing. Perhaps NYSERDA can consider, rather than paying attention to what folks make who are living in the homes, consider.
Mary, I have to ask you. You did what I asked. Thank you. Sorry, Mary, but we hit the 3 minutes.
Michael Trunzo. There you go. I see him.
He's live.
You're live, Michael.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Michael Trunzo from the firm of Schenker Russo and Clark, and we represent Clean Fuels Alliance America and the New York State Energy Coalition. These groups represent the domestic producers of biodiesel and renewable diesel, as well as the wholesale and retail companies that deliver these renewable fuels to commercial and residential consumers for thermal heat use. The liquid home heating fuel industry is supportive of using low carbon, non-fossil fuels for thermal heating, and we have worked to develop markets and home heating appliances for the use of 100% biodiesel and renewable diesel as replacements for fossil heating oil. The home heating appliance manufacturers, led by R.W. Beckett, Carlin, and ERC, are now manufacturing appliances that are UL rated for 100% renewable fuels, thus having the ability to replace fossil diesel with biodiesel and renewable diesel. These fuels are upwards of 86% cleaner in CO2e emissions than fossil diesel and 74% on average cleaner across all feedstocks. We urge the Code Council to fully consider these technological advancements and allow the use of these 100% renewable fuel systems as you consider the fossil fuel equipment phase out in the state's new building code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Up next is Rocco Lacertosa.
I don't have them.
Okay, yeah, I don't see them either. Next up would be Michael Fazio.
They're live.
New York faces a shortage of hundreds of thousands of housing units, and each year we fall behind an additional 40 to 50,000 units. The median price of a home is now over $600,000 and has increased by 40% over the last 4 years. By adding an unfunded mandate for fire sprinklers in new 1 and 2 family homes, including patio homes and fee simple townhomes that are attached under 3 stories in height, will add significant cost to a new home, further making the dream of home ownership unattainable for middle-class folks. Residential fire fatalities overwhelmingly occur in older homes. Last year, the New York State Builders Association commissioned Astor Hill Research Company to conduct a housing study to assess the impact of requiring fire sprinklers in newly constructed homes. We sent this study to Code Council, and I'm hopeful you all have reviewed it. The key takeaway, along with many others, is that between the year 2019 and 2023, no fire fatalities occurred in homes built after the year 2000. The mean age of homes in which fire fatalities occurred were built around 1932. To mandate sprinklers in these new homes is a solution in search of a problem. And I want to go back to the gentleman earlier who spoke of the home in Poughkeepsie where the tragic fire deaths occur, and that's a horrific event. But I think it's important to note that that home was built in 1914. And also, we heard earlier that New York State is the leading state in fire fatalities. I think that's largely due to the fact that we have the oldest housing stock in the nation. So what we are seeing is these fatalities are occurring in homes that were built prior to 2000. So I urge you to not move forward with this mandate in single family as well as townhomes, which are more affordable to the middle class. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, so I'm just gonna make a quick announcement. When I read your name, just wait for Adam to let you know your mic is live, so it might take a few seconds in between. So next up, we have Jeffrey Hugo.
Mic is live.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Jeff Hugo, and I'm with the National Fire Sprinkler Association. And I'm in favor of the residential sprinkler requirement in the residential code for New York. New York is uniquely positioned to implement this critical safety measure now. The latest cost analysis confirms that the price of installing residential sprinklers aligns with the national average of approximately 2% of the home's market value. This figure is significant because it is available now before any statewide mandate that could drive prices even lower through the economies of scale. Some examples: in Brewster, New York, where the average market value of a new home is $950,000, a sprinkler system costs approximately $18,000, or just $2,000, or just under 2% of the home's value. In Newburgh, New York, where the market value of homes average $607,000, the sprinkler installation cost is around $12,000. Again, 2%, or less than 2%. Cost per square foot ranges anywhere from $3.50 to above. And for rural homes requiring tank and pump systems, the cost is still around $5 per square foot, which is still reasonable for ensuring fire safety. Home builders remain the primary opposition to sprinkler requirements, but sprinklers do not eliminate profitability. NAHB data confirms that the builder overhead and profit margins account for approximately 20% of the total home construction costs. If builders profit from HVAC, electrical, and plumbing systems, why should fire protection be treated any differently? With construction costs alone making up around 60% of the home's total price, adding a sprinkler system at 2% is a minor increase for a major safety benefit. Residential fire deaths have been increasing both nationally and in New York after decades of decline. Per the U.S. Fire Administration, New York averaged 151 fire deaths per year from 2010 to 2014, but that number rose to 164 from 2015 to 2019. In 2021 and 2020 and 2022, New York saw 163 and 163 fire deaths respectively. Residential fires account for 92% of the fire deaths in the state, with 49% occurring in 1 and 2 family homes. This alarming trend highlights the urgency of adopting residential fire sprinkler requirements to protect lives. Fire sprinklers significantly reduce fire fatalities and property damage. The risk of dying in a home decreases over 90% when a fire sprinkler system is present. Property damage is reduced by approximately 70%, leading to lower insurance premiums for homeowners. Residential sprinklers are affordable, proven life safety technology. The cost is not prohibitive. New York is ready for residential fire sprinklers and urge you to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chris Ochoa.
I don't have that one on my list.
Thank you. Dan Buck.
They're live.
Can you hear us, Dan?
Yes, thank you. Members of the Code Council, my name is Dan Book, and I represent the National Association of Home Builders. I am asking you to keep fire sprinkler mandates out of the residential code. Reducing fire deaths is a worthy goal, but it is important to understand that sprinkler mandates do not automatically achieve this. It is fitting to look at the experience the state of Maryland has had since there has been a sprinkler mandate for new homes in place there for the past 12 years. According to the Maryland State Fire Marshal's annual fire death report, there were 84 fire fatalities in 2023, representing a 56% increase from 2012, the year the mandate went into effect. In Maryland, the residential fire sprinkler mandate has proven ineffective at lowering the rates of fire-related fatalities. The age of the existing housing stock is likely a major factor. New York has the oldest owner-occupied homes in the country with a median age of 62 years. That means about half of the state's homes were built in 1960 or before. Data shows that the vast majority of fire fatalities occur in these older homes, and requiring fire sprinklers in newly built homes will not address the problem. Sprinklers bring very little benefit in new homes. Hardwired smoke alarms are required in all new homes, and according to data from the National Fire Protection Association, the survivability rate of a home structure fire is 99.6%, where only smoke alarms are present. Where both hardwired smoke alarms and sprinklers are present, the rate increases by less than 0.3%. Fire data used by fire sprinkler advocates include incidents that occur in the entire housing stock. That means that fatalities in homes not built to today's standards are included in those statistics. Such buildings include homes built to outdated building codes, those that were built or modified without a permit, and even those built before building codes were adopted. Without knowing the addition of the building code the homes were built to, the fire data is meaningless for this discussion and cannot be used to support mandating sprinklers. Finally, accidental discharges do happen. As stated in the NFPA Journal article, Unexpected Discharge of Fire Sprinklers, a fire sprinkler system is subject to unexpected discharge due to freezing, mechanical damage, among other reasons. Each of these incidents can lead to tens of thousands of dollars of repairs and displace occupants of the home for months. Thank you for your interest in balancing home safety with affordable housing. I strongly believe both can be achieved without fire sprinkler mandates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Heather Gorman.
No.
John Rath,
His mic is live.
My name's John Rath. I'm Director of Operations for the New York Geothermal Energy Organization, otherwise known as New York Geo. And I represent 250 organizations and well over 600 individuals who install, manufacture, design, repair heat pump systems. And our numbers are growing. So if you heard a big yahoo when this document came out, it was our members happily acknowledging that. We want to give you a big thanks for meeting the statutory requirements in the current document. We have commented previously and highlighted both the economic and the environmental benefits of these new codes. So when we heard Chris Corcoran this morning from NYSERDA comment that the 2024 codes are cost effective, that just reinforced our position. So again, thank you. What we've stated, and specifically for us, is one of the big benefits is in jobs. So again, your decisions are going to help grow good paying local jobs in New York State. They're not going out of state. It's going to grow our industry, and we're already growing. And the revenue that happens from our installations of geothermal systems and the taxes that are associated with it are going to stay in New York. Like the other folks that have commented, we would like to see the scoping plan, other requirements or requests go into the document itself, not the appendices. And I'll just highlight one on energy storage for new construction. We have a mantra, and we say, what you get from the ground, you don't need to get from the grid. The Earth is our largest energy storage. It's the biggest battery. It recharges itself. It will save literally billions of dollars not having to build out the grid for electric. And so that's just one example of how including that in the document itself will really continue that cost advantage. We'll make our comments in the on the other items in writing. And thanks again for all your.
Thank you so much.
Bill Nowak,
Microphone's live.
Bill, your microphone's live.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. I'm on a train, so I'm going to be speaking quietly, and I'm sorry for any background noise here. I am a board member of the New York Geothermal Energy Organization, and like John Rath, very excited to see the All-Electric Building Act provisions as part of this code. As we all know, buildings are the leading source of greenhouse gases in New York State. And for those of us who were part of and followed the process, it's clear that you're as the way forward.
Bill, you're breaking up. We can't pick up what he's saying, so we're going to have to. Yeah. If the stenographer can't hear it, we have to cut it off. So.
all right, next up is Bob Shea.
I do not have that one.
Okay. Dustin Howard.
They're live.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dustin Howard. I'm, I guess, the first actual landowner / hopefully future homeowner to speak today. I'm looking to build a home in Saratoga County, New York. I wanted to comment on this council's proposed changes to the building code requiring the automatic sprinklers in the 1 to 2 family homes that we've just heard discussions today, and townhouses. I don't know where the statistics are coming from, and it's one thing to hear them in a vacuum, but I can tell anecdotally that I've been quoted $20,000 to install a sprinkler system. That's not to discount the seriousness and life-saving ability of these systems to protect life and property. I'm not disputing that. What I'm disputing is the nature of this unfunded mandate to require new buildings to have these very, well, relatively expensive systems. Yes, I understand that in some statistics, they're only 2% of a $900,000 home, but they're just as expensive in a $500,000 home. The unfunded mandate doesn't only increase the cost of a home, it doesn't appear, or at least as written, for single family and 2 family homes to address the most basic practical requirement of the system, which is water. This proposal will disproportionately affect those in rural areas that don't have access to municipal water supplies, and they're going to increase the cost of a home substantially. Cornell just published a study indicating 3 million people are leaving the state by 2050. It's one of the highest rates of outmigration in the country. Why do you think that is? I'm 37 years old. I'm trying to build my first home on land that I own, and it's proven to be one of the most difficult things I've been able to do in this economic and political climate. To add yet another mandate and another cost on top of what is already an excessive amount of red tape and requirements doesn't appear, based on what I'm hearing from the last speaker or a couple of last speakers, to be adequate to address what is a substantial amount included in the cost of the home. So I just wanted to ask the council to leave it as a choice and not mandate the sprinkler system.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Annette Anzaroni.
Their microphone's live.
Annette, your microphone is live. Annette? Okay. Close that microphone and move to the next.
Next up is Ann Pernick.
Nope.
Eric Wood.
Microphone is live.
Good?
You are.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eric Wood. I'm the Senior Environmental Program Coordinator with NYPIRG, the New York Public Interest Research Group. I'm also a father of a 6-year-old and a 13-year-old daughters, and a resident in the Hudson Valley. And I want to, echo a lot of the things that Michael from Rewiring America said. First being, thank you all so much for including the All Electric Buildings Act within these codes. It's that's really heartwarming to see our elected officials, our state agencies, all on the same page and moving these kinds of things forward, for the benefit of our economy and our public health and our safety. So really thank you for all of that. And Michael did start to mention that the communities, disadvantaged communities, really need to be more of a focus when including these codes and protections. We need to think about whose lives we're prioritizing, and to make sure that we're not prioritizing anybody's lives over anyone else's, and that we're providing equal access to clean air and clean water and safety as the New York State Constitution demands. So we have the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, and the Climate Scoping Council have suggested these things 6 years ago now. Over the past 6 years, it's growing, and we need to make sure that we don't X that out of the things that Michael mentioned, including the car charging stations, out of these codes. A lot of people have worked hard. We need to move forward. Backtracking is costing more money and wasting more time. So is delaying progress. We need to make sure that we fully implement all the state laws and prioritize our funding to save lives. According to Rocky Mountain Institute, 1,940 New Yorkers lose their lives every year because they're exposed to indoor pollution from things like home furnaces. So we need to make sure that we're prioritizing public health, safety, and abiding by the law that's set in place as the
Eric, you're
CLC.
gonna have to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, Melissa Carlson.
They're live.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Carlson. I'm an architect in Rochester. I primarily work on single-family homes. I'm also a climate activist, and I know that buildings are responsible for much of our greenhouse gas emissions. I count on the code for education and for influence on my clients. I'm very glad for the inclusion of the All Electric Buildings Act. My house is a model of what could be, but is not worth bragging about. It is just basic changes. I have a 1926 house in the city that is now all electric, with a geothermal heat pump and solar panels. I have insulated it well and updated all the fixtures and appliances. I know the importance of all these measures, and I've shown them to friends, neighbors, and clients. I want to see them happen more often. I want the Climate Action Council's Scoping Plan Strategy B2 to be added to the code for phase out of fossil fuel combustion equipment in existing buildings. With my geothermal system, air conditioning was new to my house, and it's a great bonus. I also want solar for new residential buildings to be in the code, as recommended by the CAC Strategy B1, and not being in the Appendix RB. What was once amazing is now basic. We know these changes are good for the environment and our health, so I ask you to be stronger in pushing the future changes to be now. Each time there's a code update, the code enforcement teams learn, and the building trades learn, and materials improve. Efficiency gets better because it is easier when it is standard practice. I'm relying on that learning and improving as the whole industry does it together, and I can provide more comfortable and safer buildings for my clients. We know efficiency is going to pay off in the long term. My clients don't. They need builders to say, yeah, that's just the way we always do it. And that stems from code. Most of my clients have not come to me wanting or understanding passive house levels of construction, and I have to give it a bit of a hard sell. Sometimes it's the same with builders. Now that more air tightness is in the code, I don't have to sell that. It's standard, it's basic, it's expected. That's what I count on from the code. And it is what I've worked on as an advocate for the climate law. Now that law is affecting my business and my industry in a positive way. I want it stronger. There are pieces that are missing. We know that they will get to be more typical. We know they will make buildings more efficient, resilient, and healthy, but they're stuck in the optional appendices for now. I want EV readiness and energy storage on site, as was strongly voted for in the ICC, until fossil fuel interests pushed hard to strip it. New York State Energy Code can do better than be governed by fossil fuel interests. Our energy law 11-1046A requires the code to help achieve the state's clean energy and climate.
Sorry, Melissa, we ran out of time.
All right, what I'm going to do, just for the ease of some people waiting, I'm going to read the next three names as we go so people can kind of place themselves. So up next, we have Sarah Bayer, followed by Steve Cowell and Greg Tweedy.
Mayor's, mic is live.
Sarah, your mic is live.
Oh, they might have remuted themselves.
Hi.
Try that again. Now it's live. There we go.
You're live now.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Bayer. I'm a board member of New York Passive House. We're a nonprofit organization working to create carbon neutral, healthy, resilient, and a durable built environment for New York, centered around the adoption of all electric passive house construction. Our members consist of built environment experts across the entire industry, and our network extends statewide. I'd like to start by congratulating this council for incorporating the critical language requiring building electrification, resiliency, and efficiency upgrades that NYSERDA and the governor have brought forward. Our large membership has already designed and built all electric and passive house buildings for many years. For a tiny fraction of increased construction cost, which is in fact not always has to be the case, it can certainly be done without any increase in construction cost. The health and financial benefits of this construction will pay for itself in a swift time frame, well within the parameters of the law. In fact, even attempting to quantify the health benefits will surely leave something out. Anecdotally, we have heard from residents in our buildings reporting fewer attacks from their asthmatic children and improved thermal comfort. One of our favorite stories is from a family living in a passive house in East Harlem who was so grateful to be able to close their windows and still have filtered fresh air during the air quality warnings caused by the 2023 Canadian wildfires. This, of course, thanks to the balanced ventilation with energy recovery. These buildings will provide healthy, resilient, and cost-effective projects which New York State and frankly all jurisdictions deserve. We strongly encourage the Building Code Council to incorporate all of the strategies outlined in the scoping plan that have been left out of the base code text, especially banning combustion for existing buildings, provisions for thermal energy networks, providing for energy benchmarking and requirements for disclosure to NYSERDA for larger buildings, requiring prior year energy consumption at the time of sale or lease. We should be aware, disadvantaged community prioritization, and credentialing program for energy code inspectors. These changes are cost effective and create the necessary infrastructure for a healthier, clean energy economy that we all deserve. Additionally, the items included in the appendices like solar ready provisions and requirement for energy storage facilities should be folded into the base code. We want to remind the council that they are legally bound to implement the directives provided in the scoping plan and incorporate them in the 2025 updates to the state codes. Finally, we want to thank you again for your public service and emphasize our strong support for the inclusion of all electric building provisions directed by the governor and NYSERDA. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next couple, we have Steve Cowell, Greg Tweedy, and John Rath. Maybe not John.
Steve's mic is live.
Hi, this is Steve Cowell. Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Okay, thank you. I'm Steve Cowell, and I'm the executive director of the Northeast Energy Efficiency and Electrification Council. And we are working across the region on moving the needle on electrification and efficiency and how they work together to achieve the overall goals and objectives of all of our states. But I just want to say that New York, what you're proposing is really one of the best efforts yet in the region to really move the needle and move forward. I appreciate what Mike Fernandez said because, and so many other folks who've testified on this and commented. We really have to move the process forward if we're going to get to those goals. There has been some comment about the appendices moving to base code, which I would agree, particularly around solar and EV, because we will be using EV a lot and need to be ready for it. Solar is part of the equation that I think we should be ready, be able to have that done and assist with that. And I just want to say that my nonprofit that I started, I ran energy efficiency for NYSERDA for 20 plus years and did that in 26 states. So heavily working on this issue. I just want to say that doing it via building codes is really a benefit because we have to achieve the results that have been laid out, but to do it on a retrofit rather than new construction is significantly more difficult and more expensive if you have to retrofit later on rather than do it correctly at the start. So I think that those all are excellent and support the great work that has been done. One thing I just want to quickly note, thank you, NYSERDA, my old friends, which on their cost effectiveness, but I think it's worth, and they may have included it, what is the value of carbon and also the value of health and safety that comes into implementing these new regulations. Because we have done a lot of studying on this issue, and this is real economic value. Reducing carbon have an impact, not just regionally, but nationally and internationally, and health and safety. So they may have included, but it'd be great to make it specific. So I would like to make my appreciation and thanks for all the work that you're doing, and good luck with implementing this, because we have some, you have some work to do on the details. So thank you very much and appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
So next up, we have Greg Tweedy, followed by Barton Schoenfeld and Paul Eisler.
No Tweedy.
Okay, so on to Barton.
Barton's microphone is live.
Martin, your microphone is live. Three, two, Martin. Okay, next one.
I think he's there. One second, go ahead.
Want to reopen Barton's microphone? Let's see if he's there. Okay, Barton. We can hear you.
Hello.
There you go.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm Barton Schoenfeld. I'm from Valatia, about 25 miles southeast of Albany. I'm a board-certified cardiologist, and I'm on the board of directors of New York State Physicians for Social Responsibility. I'd first like to congratulate this commission for a lot of hard work that's been done on this draft code, and there's a lot here that I'm sure will improve the health of New Yorkers. As a physician, I'm very much aware of the health hazards related to the combustion of natural gas indoors, and I'm sure you know that cooking on gas stoves has been shown to be the cause of almost 20% of childhood asthma in New York State. And that's a major cost to our healthcare system, as well as a psychological and a financial burden to affected families. Building electrification will markedly improve this problem. Now, the health effects of climate change are also of concern. Without going into great detail, they range from the direct effects of extreme weather to less obvious issues like waterborne illnesses, the spread of insect-borne disease, the effects of wildfire smoke. Because of the limits of time, I can't go much further than that. And buildings, as you know, are the greatest source of greenhouse gas emissions in New York, and electrification is a great step towards reducing emissions, will undoubtedly lead to improvements in public health and savings of medical costs. So for these reasons and more, I'm glad that the code update requires all electric new construction. And I'm also gratified to see a section on demand response controls. And as a minor example, I'm an EV owner, and NYSEG now has a program with EV Energy that allows my car charging to proceed only during off-peak hours. And it makes no difference to me, but it's been saving me money. And it's clear to me that the requirement for demand response controls will reduce strain on the grid. The transportation sector is the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in our state. The uptake of electric vehicles continues to increase, so that's going to improve emission numbers, but I'm concerned that EV charging infrastructure has been moved to the appendix. So it should be in the body of the code. It's going to remove an impediment to EV uptake. Placing it in the appendix is just a gift to the fossil fuel industry. It limits the uptake of EVs, encourages the use of internal combustion engines. And finally, I just want to point out that EV infrastructure readiness is part of the Climate Action Council scoping plan. New York Energy Law 11-1046A requires the Building Code Council to update the energy code as identified by the CAC, and I hope you can put this requirement back in.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Paul Keisler, followed by Brian Metzger, followed by Steve McDaniel.
Paul's mic is live.
Hello, can you
Paul,
hear me?
You can.
Okay, great. Yeah, hi, my name is Paul Kiesler. I'm a retired senior executive of an S&P 100 corporation based here in New York, and now I reside in Ulster County. I'd like to thank the New York Department of State and the Code Council for its decision to incorporate the provisions of the All-Electric Building Act in the Advanced Building Codes and Standards Act and other energy-saving language such as demand response controls in the draft energy code. However, the draft code can be improved by additional focus on affordability. Since the pandemic, New Yorkers have faced high inflation and high housing prices, so we must make every effort to make the state a more affordable place to live. As the cost analysis from the New Buildings Institute indicates, all electric homes are now cheaper to build and cheaper to run when including the cost of gas hookups. NYSERDA's analysis discussed earlier today was directionally in agreement with that. So thank you for issuing a draft energy code that ensures that the cost of housing is not inflated by expensive, dangerous, and unnecessary gas hookups. However, the affordability impact of the draft energy code can be improved in two ways. First, the provision on electric vehicle readiness should be taken from the voluntary appendix and included in the final draft. EVs are significantly cheaper to run, and there are models at price parity with their gas equivalents on the market. By making EV-ready construction voluntary, we're making it more difficult for New Yorkers to enjoy these savings. Further, planning and installing EV charging infrastructure upfront during new construction is significantly cheaper than retrofitting existing buildings later. Second, the provision for on-site renewable energy systems for residential construction should be taken from the voluntary appendix and included in the final draft. Solar is the cheapest energy available, and net metering allows residents to take advantage of that abundance. While homeowners must pay for the solar upfront, the cost of that electricity, at least in my case, is the equivalent of about 8 cents per kilowatt hour. Not only is this far cheaper than the electricity provided by my utility, but I'm protected from energy inflation for the next 20 to 25 years. So installing solar systems during new construction is easier and more cost-effective than retrofitting an existing home later. So an additional affordability benefit is that EV charging and distributed solar energy improves the stability of the grid and allows utilities to invest less in distribution infrastructure, saving all ratepayers money. And as bidirectional charging becomes standard on EVs, future homeowners can use EVs as their backup generators, improving home resiliency, just as we experience more and more extreme weather. So in closing, I want to thank you for the current draft of the Energy Code and encourage you to include the residential solar and EV readiness provisions in the final draft to make this code a home run for affordability. We shouldn't wait another 5 years to enjoy these benefits. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, next up, I have Brian Metzger, followed by Steve McDaniel, followed by Bradford Kiefer.
I don't have Metzger.
All right, so then Steve McDaniel would be up.
Steve is live.
Thank you, Kevin. My name is Steve McDaniel. I'm a past president of the New York State Building Officials, or NYSBOC, and current historian. Not sure if that places my age or not, but as the first speaker of NYSBOC had indicated, the voice of the code official needs to be properly given due weight. Just because the code council approves text or word or language in a book does not automatically translate into compliance, or it will mean that compliance will happen. Our members are the ones that are responsible for enforcing the regulations. If you are, and you've heard from a few, and I'm sure you'll hear from a few more today, if we're telling you that there are problems with this, then fix it. Otherwise, it leads to the misapplication of the codes or no enforcement of those provisions at all. And none of us want that to happen. As Mr. Tebow said, I think earlier, there are more speakers here today than this council has ever seen before. You're right. There's definitely a lot of concerns. Many of them, span from, greenhouse gas, electrification, sprinklers. But the NISBOC members are talking to you today about 4 categories, and they tried to make it very simple for the Codes Council. There's 4 categories that they're speaking on: unneeded modifications, other agency modification, exceeding world standards, and modifications that create problems. It was difficult to hear, but I believe that you already voted to move forward with the notice of proposed rulemaking, but all is not lost. NISBOC has identified those 4 topic areas, and you, the Codes Council, can still give direction and guidance to the Department of State staff on those 4 topics. And it is critical, again, like I mentioned, because of where we are on the scales of justice in that pendulum, right? You create it, we have to enforce it. Number 1 is removing the unneeded modifications. It adds language, it lengthens plan review, it creates problems with getting training and certifications approved, right? So those all have to be, should be removed, and they don't add any value to the code. The other one is removing the agency modifications. As you heard one of the other speakers talk, it's not our responsibility to do. And then there's the ones that exceed the world standards. You hear them talk. And then the ones that NISBOC identifies creating problems, please listen carefully, and then you can either modify yourself or work with NISBOC. But not doing any action or motions on these specific 4 topics, they would then be considered substantial. And in order for them to be fixed, would require a revised rulemaking. And we, just like you, don't want that to happen. That's going to be a delay in the process. If you gave a direction to fix those or work with NISBOC to fix those, then it can be included in this rulemaking and not become a revised rulemaking. But again, I wish we had the technical subcommittees, because we could have assisted you in this enormous project to begin with, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So thank you for your time and the work that you've done.
Thank you, Steve. Next up, we've got Bradford Kiefer, Seth Wiley, and then we're going to go back up with Ann Burdick.
Bradford is live.
Bradford, your mic is live.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. My name is Brad Kiefer. I'm a structural engineer, and I represent the Structural Engineers Association of New York's Code Advisory Committee. On November 27th, we sent a letter to the Code Council via email. The letter was regarding the proposed snow load changes to the 2020 New York State Building Code and existing building code. You already addressed our first concern, so thank you for that. The second issue is regarding the IEBC section 706.2 that requires a roof structure to be reinforced when re-roofing due to increases in snow load if the load surpasses the existing capacity. The new proposed snow loads increase significantly in some areas. This may cause substantial reinforcing. Previously, structural assessments required during re-roofing would result in the strengthening of snowdrift areas for buildings designed before 1990s. These are areas relatively small. The proposed EBC language, combined with the new snow loading, may require the same building's roof to be reinforced entirely. Additionally, some buildings designed or reinforced utilizing the 2020 New York State Building Code may also require reinforcing in the future. This may result in unexpected costs for public and private owners that have not been budgeted for. We recommend that the Code Council review whether the additional costs associated with the upgrade to the entire roof would provide significant financial burden for building owners and or safety. If it is determined that the proposed changes result in significant burden, we recommend considering adding the exclusion that reinforcing is not required when existing structural elements that satisfy the 2020 New York State building snow load combinations with other loads are exempt from this criteria. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, we have Seth Wiley, followed by Ann Pernick, followed by Nicole Morrow.
Seth is live.
Seth, your microphone's live. Seth. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's jump to Ann.
Ann Pernick.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for putting me back in the queue. Hello, I'm Ann Pernick, and I'm with Safe Cities at Stand at Earth. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Safe Cities works with government leaders and advocates across the US and Canada on policies like all electric buildings to protect communities and climate. I want to thank the Code Council and staff for the work to bring this draft to where it is today. There are many provisions in the revised code update that are good and necessary for getting to New York's climate goals and codifying the state law. And I want to thank you for putting all electric in there. I do want to note some provisions that are missing that promote resilience and equity and that are needed to make this code suitable and durable over the next 5 years, which are a critical time for climate and clean air, and also consistent with the Climate Action Council scoping plan, which this council is responsible for codifying. That includes phase-in of zero emissions equipment for existing buildings, electric vehicle readiness where parking is provided for new buildings, solar for new buildings, energy storage systems for new buildings, and disadvantaged communities decarbonization, prioritization, and prohibition. Thank you for what's in there. Please get what's not in there ahead of the summer vote. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ann.
Next up, we have Nicole Morrow, followed by Jane Sanders and AJ Ruther.
No Morrow.
Okay. Jane Sanders.
Jane Sanders is live.
Jane, your microphone's live.
Okay, great. Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Like Sarah, who testified earlier, I'm an architect and a board member of New York Passive House. The critical language requiring building electrification, resiliency, and efficiency upgrades are in line with the objectives of our organization to create a carbon neutral, healthy, resilient, and durable built environment for New York. The provisions proposed in the code match the core principles of Passive House, including energy recovery ventilation, high performance windows, continuous insulation and airtightness, and thermal bridge-free construction. As Sarah pointed out, our large membership has already designed and built all electric Passive House buildings for many years. I personally have completed 4 certified Passive House retrofits of existing pre-war buildings, including one of an individual apartment as a case study. These retrofits provide healthy, resilient, and cost-effective buildings. My own house, which was built in the 1870s, is a certified Passive House all-electric building. For the past 10 years since I retrofit my house, I've personally experienced the improvements in air quality, health, comfort, which all New York State residents deserve. I'm particularly concerned about the health and fire hazards of gas cooking in pre-war buildings, which have no code required ventilation besides opening windows. Airtight buildings also to help to prevent fire spread between buildings. There was an example of a Passive House building recently in the California fires that did not catch fire since the embers are less likely to penetrate the structure. I'd also like to emphasize that the improvements in building envelopes proposed in this code help to reduce the cost of electricity for homeowners long-term and lessen the demand on the grid. We strongly encourage the council to incorporate all of the strategies outlined in the scoping plan that have been left out of the base code text. Sarah mentioned a lot of these earlier. I'm not going to repeat, but I want to especially emphasize the one banning combustion for existing buildings. These changes are cost effective and create the necessary infrastructure for a healthier, clean energy economy that we all deserve. Additionally, I want to emphasize, like many others have, the solar ready provisions and the requirement for energy storage facilities. We think these should be folded into the base code because these provisions are also critical to lessen the demand on the grid. We want to remind the council that their legally bound to implement the directives provided in the scoping plan and incorporate them in the 2025 updates to state codes. Thank you again for your service, and I want to emphasize our strong support for the all-electric building provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Next, we have AJ Ruther, followed by Jay Best, followed by Kim Fraxton.
AJ's mic is live.
They just muted themselves.
Try again.
AJ, you're gonna have to come closer to the microphone. We can't hear you.
Oh, hear me now?
You are extremely faint. I don't think the microphones can pick you up. It's either yell or we can come back. Why don't we come back? We'll give you a minute to sort it out.
All right, so then we'll move to Jay Best.
No.
Kim Fraxton.
Nope.
Anshul Gupta.
Nope.
I guess maybe let's go back to AJ Ruther and see if.
All right, can you hear me right now?
Ah, there you are. We can hear you now.
Great, thank you. So my name is AJ Ruther. I'm with Alliance for Green Economy, and we applaud the new code that the new code implements the All Electric Building Act by requiring all electric new buildings, but we believe it must go further to fully implement all of our climate laws and meet our climate mandates. We are really disappointed to see that the department has decided to listen to a handful of industry special interests, including building developers and fossil fuel retailers, by removing those key strategies that were identified in the Climate Action Council scoping plan from the draft 2024 Energy Code and putting them into non-enforceable optional appendices. So we urge you to include those provisions, which other speakers have mentioned, into the enforceable section of the code as required by New York Energy Law, section 11-1046A. And that law requires you to include all of the strategies identified by the Climate Action Council, including the phase-in of zero-emission equipment and energy performance standards for the millions of existing buildings in New York. Those existing buildings are even more important to electrify than the few new buildings that will be built. If people keep replacing their old furnaces with new furnaces, we're simply not going to meet our climate targets. So we really do need that requirement for existing buildings as well. And I know there's been a lot of discussion of, fire safety and potentially requiring sprinklers on this call, but I think the most critical thing we can do to prevent house fires is eliminating the leading causes of those fires, which in New York is our cooking, heating, and electrical equipment. So transitioning our buildings from dangerous gas stoves, furnaces, and outdated knob and tube wiring to modern all-electric appliances will not only save homeowners money and save our planet, it will also save lives that would have been lost to gas leaks, explosions, and fires. We also support the requirement for every new residential and commercial building to have EV readiness where parking is provided, solar energy, and energy storage systems. Planning and installing all of those things up front during new construction is significantly cheaper than needing to retrofit those buildings later. And we know solar and storage are critical for grid resiliency and will help power heat pumps in the event of a blackout, and also lower energy bills by allowing consumers to store excess solar power and use it when electricity costs are higher. Additionally, we really urge you to include guidance on prioritizing disadvantaged communities to receive receive the benefits of building decarbonization. I can tell you I live in a disadvantaged community, Syracuse, New York, and our housing stock is crumbling. It is full of toxins like lead, mold, and asbestos. And I think that, that these communities need the investment the most. So we urge you to prioritize them and just not make those.
Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, I'll just say at this point, we've reached about the halfway point of our public comment period. And then we've also come to one of the first names that I am going to absolutely butcher. Michael Nikiwadowicz. Nikadovich, I'm being told.
Microphone is live.
Good afternoon, members of Code Council. My name, and you did well, Mike Nikadovich. I've been involved with code for over 45 years, worked with the City of Ithaca Building Division for over 31 years, 12 of those years as Director of Code Enforcement. I am a NISBOC member. I bore you with all this information to emphasize that I've been in the trenches doing code enforcement for a long time and understand the importance of clear, up-to-date codes. I commend state staff for their hard work on the 2024 updates, a very difficult task. I have not had the time to fully review the most recent draft, but think it is very important to provide time for review and public comment. I did have examples of what needed clarification based on the previous red line draft and reviewed those specific sections against the current updated draft. I see many have already been corrected. Thank you for that, but there are still ambiguities. For example, in fire code, maintenance of means of egress section 1032.11, capacity of means of egress. Occupant load of buildings or portions of the building shall not exceed the capacity of means of egress. Question: capacity of means of egress based on the code under which it was built or based on current code? Or what about buildings that were built prior to the code? For buildings built under SBCC, are we going back to the SBCC egress capacity, which allowed up to 75 occupants with one exit? Previously, the comparable section referenced section 1004.1 for determining the occupant load and sections 1005 and 1006 for determining the capacity of egress. This provided a very clear code path on how exit capacity is to be determined, and it was based on current code. The reference sections have since been eliminated. In building code section 106.2.1, information on construction documents number 6 states be dimensioned and drawn to an appropriate scale. There is no definition of appropriate in the code. Who determines appropriate, the architect, engineer, or code official? Rather than appropriate, perhaps to a scale acceptable to the code official, or even substitute approved for the word appropriate, since approved is defined in the code and gives the authority to the fire code official. Fire Code Chapter 56 in 5610.6.2, 5610.7, and 5610.10.1, the standard reference for sparkling devices is the 2006 version of NFPA 1124. In 506.1.1.3, the standard reference for fireworks is also the 2006 version. Yet under the list of reference standards, it is not included. I'm running out of time, so I'd appreciate a review of additional sections. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Michael.
Up next, we have Mark Krezowick, followed by William Knickerbocker and Stephen Harris.
Mark is live.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Krezowick. I am the Senior Policy Director at the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy, or ACEEE. We are the largest energy efficiency-focused research, technical assistance, and advocacy organization in the country, and our teams have extensive expertise on building code development, implementation, and enforcement. So we know that your service is often particularly thankless. I am here to simply say thank you for the progress you have made today by moving forward with this update to the state's building code, to encourage you to move the requirements for electric vehicle charging readiness from the voluntary Appendix RE to the required code, and to urge the Department of State to finalize the beneficial changes incorporated in this code without further delay. As described during this meeting, the updates to this code are cost-effective, delivering significant benefits that lower the cost of housing for New Yorkers. More insulation, improved air sealing, better lighting, greater resilience to the unfortunate increases in extreme weather we experience, and the requirements for efficient electric appliances all contribute to lower energy and insurance costs and healthier, safer buildings. Those energy and insurance costs are often the second highest cost of housing and thus significantly impact affordability. Again, thank you for your hard work, including sorting through those thousands of comments to get to this point. While this is a monumental step forward, we do think that electric vehicle charging infrastructure should be moved into the required code, not relegated to a voluntary appendix. New York's plans and policies, including the climate scoping plan, require that virtually every vehicle on the road by 2050 be an electric vehicle. Every building constructed from this point forward will probably still be standing by then. So if that building has parking, the building occupants will need charging infrastructure. As a homeowner who had to add wiring for electric vehicle charging myself, I can attest to the obvious fact that it is cheaper and easier to do that when the home is being built than to add it later after the home is constructed. Moving that requirement from Appendix RE to the required code will thus lower costs and improve the experience of building occupants. Thank you for your service on this council. Thank you for your hard work to improve how buildings are constructed in New York. And thank you for reading, listening to, and incorporating our comments in the interest of lowering the cost of energy and insurance for buildings in New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Up next, we have William Knickerbocker, followed by Stephen Haramis and Maggie McCary.
No Knickerbocker?
Stephen is next.
No Haramis?
Maggie.
No McCary?
Moving right along. Right along. All right. Next three are Adam Flint, Isaac Silberman Gorn, and Annie Carforo.
Flint is live.
I'm actually going to have to unceremoniously run. I'm up on a testimony thing here. Thanks. Hi. This is Adam Flint. Am I up?
You are.
Yeah, I was just fielding a call from NYSERDA. I represent the Network for a Sustainable Tomorrow in Binghamton, New York. Since 2011, we've worked to help New Yorkers basically get energy efficiency, solar, electrification for their homes and businesses. I want to start by thanking the council for being responsive in terms of putting into the code the many recommendations from the All Electric Buildings Act and the CLCPA in general. I'm not going to go through the same song and dance in terms of what needs to be incorporated from the appendices, since that's been heard many times, except that we very much support having homes as ready as they can be. Having been in the world of retrofits for more than a decade, it just hurts me every time I see a building that's constructed that is really not modern in any sense of the word, and knowing that somewhere down the line somebody's going to be spending money that they shouldn't have to be able to get these other measures. You've already heard about the reasons why: reducing grid stress, the legal obligation. I did have one specific change I have not heard much today, which was the decision to change parts of the state to a warmer zone. And I want to push back on that, because one of the patterns that we've been seeing are annual polar vortexes or biannual polar vortexes. And I think leaving parts of the state out of energy recovery would probably not be a great idea based on the weather that we've had over the last 6 weeks this year, or if you go back a couple of years. I think that it's premature to do that, and I would encourage you to let those zones remain where they are. I want to thank you for your time and for all your hard work.
Thank you, Al.
Up next, we have Isaac Silberman Gorn, Annie Carforo, and Jed Prickett.
Isaac is live.
Isaac, your microphone is live.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Firstly, and I'll keep this real brief. I really appreciate the Codes Council's work on this. I know it's a huge amount of hours. Just to say real quick, my organization, FRAC Action, supports the timely implementation of All Electric Buildings Act. Really appreciate that you all didn't build in any further delays. This is a good thing. We all know burning fossil fuels in our homes is dangerous to our health. As literally month by month, there's more and new peer-reviewed research coming out showing detrimental effects to human health. Yeah, and we really appreciate the Codes Council putting in the full All Electric Buildings Act. We encourage you to include some of the other things that people have alluded to. And I'll leave it there. I hope you all have a great afternoon, and thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. We appreciate your brevity.
All right, we're going to jump back up to William Knickerbocker. I think he's under Bill. That's why we missed him.
Okay, he is live.
I'm a delegate with NISBAC and past president of Southern Tier Building Officials. I'm going to speak on a couple topics. First one is code modifications made by other agencies. Language was added to Chapter 57 of the Fire Code for flame and combustible liquids and the Res Code for fuel oil. This requires contents of abandoned tanks to be removed from property and disposed of in accordance with state and federal regulations. We can make sure the contents are removed from the site, but code officials do not chase trucks around the state to verify how and where the contents are disposed of. Owners and operators are already required to comply with state and federal regulation. There is no need to place expectation for local code officials to enforce this new code. Additionally, language was added that requires the owner of a tank to provide a notice to the delivery supplier to discontinue delivery. Seriously, how exactly would this be enforced? Again, is this the expectation that the code official gets some kind of I promise letter from the property owner? Code officials will get certain backlash and grief when demanding proof or verification that these owners have notified their suppliers. Legislating the code is problematic. Please stop it. Topic 2, exceeding world standards. Footnote D was added to the plumbing fixture flow rates 2903.2 in the residential code. It says kitchen faucets are permitted to temporarily increase the flow above maximum rate, but not to exceed 2.2 GPM at 60 PSI, and must revert back to the maximum flow rate of 1.8 GPM at 60 PSI upon valve closure. NISBAC members would like to know why New York State needs to modify this. We've seen a lot of kitchen faucet specs over the years, and typically they have a GPM rating, but we've never seen a temporary GPM rating in a specification. If one is found out there in the world, then keep in mind that all the other faucets that don't have this rating cannot be used. So the question is, how does this impact the home builder or the owner? What is temporary, 6 minutes or 15 days? How would this new enhancement be enforced? You want us to stop over for dinner? Finally, what is the expectation here besides modifying to make modifications? This is nonsense. Lastly, the building code was modified to increase the number of required types of A units from 2% to 20%. Do you realize what the big increase would be?
Thank you, Bill.
All right, up next we have Annie Carforo, Jed Prickett, and James Kier.
Our forum is live.
For the opportunity to testify. My name is Annie Carforo, and I'm the Climate Justice Campaign Manager at We Act for Environmental Justice. We're a community-based organization advocating for healthy homes and communities. And I want to thank the Codes Council for all of their work on this current draft. Particularly, We're very pleased to see the new regulations that prohibit the installation of fossil fuel equipment in line with the All Electric Buildings Act. I'm going to be very quick on this. We know that all electric new construction has significant positive health impacts, reduces childhood exposure to toxins that could potentially develop into respiratory illnesses like asthma or premature deaths related to air pollution. Similar to others, we would encourage the Codes Council to include the following provisions in the final energy code that were removed from the most recent draft and included in the optional appendices. This includes space for EV charging, solar-ready provisions, and energy storage. All of these provisions, which are much more costly, retrofits later in time instead of installing them in new buildings. And these preparations are aligned with our Climate Action Council scoping plan and foster a state of energy resilience and greenhouse gas reduction statewide. Very quickly, lastly, WEACT would like to see explicit provisions related to the prioritization of the needs of disadvantaged communities, the specific focus on addressing legacy health and safety issues, energy efficiency and cost savings, and climate resilience. WEACT would also like to see thermal energy network readiness included in the final draft code. And finally, we would like to see the phase-in of zero emissions equipment and energy performance standards in existing buildings at the end of an existing fossil fuel heating system's useful life. This allows a home to thoughtfully transition to cleaner and more efficient forms of heating and cooling and enjoy the cost savings and health improvements associated with all electric homes instead of locking them into decades of dirty and outdated fossil fuel appliances. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you, Annie. Appreciate it.
Up next, Jed Prickett, followed by James Keir, Allison Considine.
Jed Prickett is live.
My name is Jed Prickett. I'm with the Alliance for Clean Energy in New York. We're a member-driven association with a mission to promote the use of clean, renewable electricity technologies and energy efficiency in New York in order to increase energy diversity and security, boost economic development, improve public health, and reduce air pollution. The building sector is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions from our heating, cooling, and hot water systems that are fueled by heating oil or natural gas. Recently released studies also show the level of indoor air pollution from the use of natural gas stoves. As we transition to an all-electric future, purchasers of new homes should not be saddled with having to upgrade their appliances and furnaces over the next decade as we wind down our use of fossil fuels. Their homes should be the leaders in our new climate-forward New York. ACE New York supports an updated building code that expedites electrification. The All-Electric Buildings Act requires the Energy Code on or after December 31st, 2025 to prohibit the installation of fossil fuel equipment and building systems in any new building not more than 7 stories in height. ACE New York would like to thank the Council for your work on incorporating the All-Electric Buildings Act into the draft Energy Code. An updated state building code is an integral part of the state meeting its climate emission reduction goals. In 2022, we worked for the passage and signature of the Advanced Building Codes, Appliance, and Equipment Efficiency Standards Act. This law requires the Energy Code to be revised to achieve the state's clean energy and climate agenda and to implement the Climate Action Plan, which was finalized in December of 2022. We want to stress that when law requires the Advanced Building Codes law to be incorporated into the Energy Code, and it also requires that the Energy Code include the recommendations in the Climate Action Plan. These recommendations are that new homes must be electrified, highly efficient, and resilient. Additionally, the 2019 Climate Act states that all agencies, including the Department of State, must issue regulations that contribute to achieving the statewide greenhouse gas emissions limits. ACE New York also encourages the Council to adopt provisions that require electric vehicle charging equipment where parking is provided in new construction. The transportation sector is, along with buildings, another one of the greatest sources of emissions in New York State. Increasing the availability of electric vehicle chargers will incentivize drivers to adopt zero-emission vehicles and significantly reduce air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions that come from internal combustion engines. Council has the ability to make a great impact on transportation electrification and fulfill its duty to help New York State meet its clean energy and emissions targets. Again, thank you for incorporating the All-Electric Buildings Act into the draft Energy Code. The Building Council needs to update our code to ensure that it meets the building codes and standards law requirements in the State Climate Action Plan. This is necessary to reduce our climate emissions, reduce indoor air pollution, and not burden new homeowners with outdated fossil fuel-based appliances. Thanks again for your time, and thanks for all the work that you do.
Thank you, Jed. Next up, we have James Keir, followed by Allison Considine and Amy Gold.
James Keir is live.
Hi, my name is Jim Keir.
My name is Jim Keir, and I'm speaking on behalf of NISBOC. I'm an Ontario County Code Officer and also the president of the Yates Ontario Building Officials Group. I want to speak on behalf of NISBOC with modifications that create problems. The residential code electrical requirements in Appendix BO for existing buildings we feel is poor language. If you're replacing light fixtures in a den, the additional electrical requirements section that New York created now would require the owner to install 2 duplex receptacles because the den is in a work area. If you are replacing a kitchen sink, the owner now has to install 2 duplex receptacles. Under the proposed changes, if you replace a garage sink, then you have to install a light and a switch. Again, we feel this is poorly written and is tied to the work area, which is a portion or portions of a building consisting of any renovation or alteration work as indicated on the construction documents. This is demonstrated if you go back and reread those sections in BO 10.79.3. A new footnote A was added to the dwelling unit garage separation table as a New York modification. This footnote adds no value and makes it more confusing or problematic. It says, includes habitable space, detached garage separation. What is this really supposed to mean? Would this mean that an area with a TV and a chair in a garage would now have to be separated? A new footnote B was added to the dwelling unit garage separation table as New York modification. We believe this footnote adds no value and makes it more confusing or problematic. It says, includes the separation from the habitable rooms and associated attics to detached garages. What is this supposed to mean? So the attic above the room that has a TV and a chair has to be separated. How does this work with, man caves and she sheds? Also, please note that habitable space was not italicized in your modifications. Language was changed in the residential code and the property maintenance code for owner occupied buildings. The old language said subject to the approval of the code official. This is allowed the exception for limited circumstances. This new language simply says, unless there is another law, a single family dwelling is never required to have toilet facilities or kitchens. Furthermore, without sanitation facilities and cooking facilities, then it's not a dwelling unit. We feel the exception should be deleted or retain the 2018 New York language. And last, carbon monoxide has been changed in every code cycle in New York State. This provides no consistency. The carbon monoxide language was made extremely complicated, and the outcome is the same as what it was in the 2024 IFC. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Next up, we have Allison Considine and Amy Goldman, followed by Louis Bowl.
Allison is
Hi.
live.
Hello, Allison. I can hear you.
Hello. Thank you to the Code Council for the opportunity to testify today and for all of your work that has brought us to this moment. My name is Allison Considine, and I'm here on behalf of the Building Decarbonization Coalition, or BDC. BDC unites critical stakeholders on a path to eliminate fossil fuels in buildings to improve people's health, cut climate and air pollution, prioritize high-road jobs, and ensure that our communities are more resilient to the impacts of climate change. As you know, the CLCPA set ambitious greenhouse gas emission reduction targets that the state must achieve. Building emissions are a huge part of our emissions overall, totaling about 32%, and there is no path to meet the mandate of the CLCPA without significantly reducing our building emissions. This code makes significant progress towards that goal in new construction. So I want to offer our continued enthusiastic support for the inclusion of language implementing the All Electric Buildings Act of 2023, a first of its kind statewide mandate to achieve zero emissions in new buildings beginning in 2026, as well as requirements that buildings that are not covered are built to be electrification ready. In order to maximize efficiency, the code also includes limitations on electric resistance heating when used in conjunction with heat pumps. Even with this progress, there are several other requirements that should be present in the building code update, and several aspects of the CLCPA scoping plan that are not included in the code update. For example, while the code requires energy monitoring for commercial buildings greater than 10,000 square feet, it falls short of requiring reporting of that information. Reporting requirements are crucial to understand more about building operations and energy usage. The provisions also do not currently clearly regulate district energy systems or thermal energy networks. It is not clear how new buildings with no new combustion equipment on site or within the permitted boundary would be regulated. Clarity is needed to confirm that a new or existing district energy system outside the project permitted boundary would not be covered by the all-electric requirements of this code. This guidance should be developed for consistency with the local authority that has jurisdiction. We are looking forward to working with the Code Council to ensure that the code delivers on all of the promises made by the governor and the legislature to achieve decarbonized buildings. And once again, we thank you for all of your work on this code and so appreciate the inclusion of the All Electric Buildings Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
Next up, Amy Goldman, followed by Lewis Cole, followed by Martha Robertson.
Amy is live.
Thank you for all your hard work and for letting me testify. My name is Amy Goldman, and I am a member of the Religious Action Center New York, a faith-based organization. RAC is a social justice arm of Reform Judaism, representing 90 synagogues and 150,000 congregants across the state. RAC New York has fought hard for the passage of needed climate legislation because our tradition teaches us that we have responsibility to look after the earth. As a powerful midrash says, do not destroy my world, for if you do, there will be nobody after you to make it right again. We care what you do because it is important that we pass on our world to our children and grandchildren, Lador Vador. You might be surprised at how much our congregants are paying attention to your work. One of our members has testified 3 times at your meetings. After each session, he gets lots of questions about what's happening at the Building Codes Council. As leadership, we have been in the difficult position of having to explain to our neighbors and fellow congregants why it is taking so long for the mandates to be put into action. The February 25 update goes a long way towards incorporating relevant legislation into the code. We applaud the work you've done already, but there are ways that the code can be made even stronger and in greater conformance with the climate scoping plans. I want to touch briefly on the key fact that the code does not address the particular issues faced by disadvantaged communities. This fact goes to the heart of RAC New York's mandate to advocate for Tikkun Olam, repairing the world for all New Yorkers. The Climate Action Council Scoping Plan in its key strategy B3 noted that there should be protections for disadvantaged communities as the demand for energy efficient buildings grow and inefficient buildings become less attractive. Disadvantaged neighborhoods consist almost exclusively of older buildings, not new construction. There is nothing in the plan that addresses how to make these buildings more energy efficient or move them towards electrification in a cost-effective way. Without explicitly addressing this fact, the code once again leaves the most vulnerable New Yorkers behind. In sum, we ask that the council keep in mind the overarching direction the legislature has given you to scrupulously implement the wording and intent of the climate legislation so that the building code shall enable the state's clean energy objectives. We support you in that endeavor and will work with you in every way we can to make sure that the will of the people of New York is effectively implemented to the benefit of a cleaner, safer environment for us and for all the state's children in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Lewis Cole, followed by Martha Robertson, and then William McKnight.
No Lewis.
Martha's next.
Martha Robertson is live.
For 20 years. I'm now a volunteer board member of the Tompkins County Climate and Sustainable Energy Advisory Board. I am delighted to hear, I don't want to repeat so much of what's been said, but thank you so very much for your work on this code and for listening to all of us today. I would agree with the many speakers that the items in the appendices should also be included, readiness for solar storage and electric vehicles. Melissa Carlson, the Rochester architect, nailed it when she said, what was once amazing is now common. It's so true. For example, in Phil, we have the first all-electric conference center in the country, including the commercial kitchen. And that was like this radical idea. It's working beautifully. They are thrilled, and so are the people who eat there. So it can be done. And the more these things are done, the cheaper they get. As for example, we've seen with the price of solar nationally. In that vein, NYSERDA's report on affordability was impressive, but actually not that surprising. And I think we'll see the climate gets hotter and hotter. The benefits of air conditioning are going to be even more important as we see, once you've electrified your building, you've taken care of that problem, the problem of heat stroke and heat deaths in the summer at the same time as taking care of winter heating. New buildings are decades-long investments. Putting a little bit extra in at the upfront is so cost-effective. My own house is 160 years old. It's gonna last longer than I will. These are investments that are life-saving improvements. We try, for example, to think about how to put a charger for a new EV in our house. It's a lot harder to think about retrofitting than if this had been done up front. Yeah, it wasn't going to happen in 1865, but you get the point. So please include the readiness for solar storage and EV charging facilities in the code, in the mandatory code. I'm confident it will become normal. It will become, people will become more and more used to it, and the prices will come down as well. Thank you so much for your work. We appreciate all you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
Up next will be William McKnight, followed by Alan Blair, followed by Thomas Grant.
Bill McKnight,
Alan Blair would be next then.
Bill Blair,
Thomas Wright,
Thomas Wright is live.
Thomas, your microphone is live.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name is Thomas Wright of New Yorkers for Clean Power and Beacon Climate Action Now. I want to thank the council for providing the opportunity for public comment and for your hard work with the building code revisions. I also want to take a moment to thank all of those who are commenting today on behalf of a better future for New Yorkers. For Beacon, this better future began in January 1st of last year when we became the first city in New York State to prohibit the use of fossil fuel combusting equipment in new construction and major renovations. It is important to note that the success was achieved through a revision to the local building code. Targeting new construction was a crucial move for building decarbonization because, as we all know, the newest equipment pollutes the longest. Unfortunately, the challenge of decarbonizing existing building remains. At the state level, the code revisions in the draft 2024 Energy Code incorporates the All Electric Buildings Act, which is great. But the code must also include a rapid phase-in of zero-emission equipment for existing buildings. Please remember that the Climate Action Council Scoping Plan Key Strategy B2 provides that the phase-out of fossil fuel combustion equipment should be added to the Energy Code for existing residential and commercial buildings. And further, the New York Energy Law 11-1046A requires the Building Code Council to update the Energy Code to achieve New York's climate agenda, as identified by the Climate Action Council. If you remember one thing from my testimony, it is this: the Energy Code must meet the standards set by the CLCPA and the Scoping Plan. I urge the Council to include electric vehicle readiness where parking is provided for new buildings so that this parking will have all of the electrical infrastructure required for an EV charger. Again, look to the aggressive goals for transitioning to an electric vehicle fleet set out by the Scoping Plan. This fleet needs a vehicle charging build-out that is equally aggressive. Please bring back the provisions to require new residential buildings to be solar ready and to have battery storage systems. This is really a small ask with large upsides. Rooftop solar combined with battery storage will reduce our need for upgrades to the power grid by distributing generation to the place of demand. thereby increasing resilience, affordability, and reliability. The continued combustion of fossil fuels in buildings is disproportionately impacting the health and safety of disadvantaged communities and communities of color. The building code must center these communities in its role of aligning itself with the strategies of the scoping plan, ensuring health and welfare for all New Yorkers. As Workforce Programs Advisor for New Yorkers for Clean Power, it'd be remiss if I did not mention that the scoping plan tells us the clean energy transition will generate almost 250,000 new jobs by 2030, jobs that will be created by the application of a building code which is in alignment with the state's climate law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, next we have Cornelia Wu, followed by Diane Strablo and Kashif Hussain.
Cornelia Wu is live.
Can you hear me?
Ken.
My name is Cornelia Wu, and I am Director of Codes and Standards at Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnerships, or NEEP. I am also a New York State registered architect. NEEP is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that advances energy efficiency in homes and businesses in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic region. We commend the New York State Department of State for its leadership in advancing the State Energy Conservation Construction Code to comply with the enacted All-Electric Building Act and increase energy efficiency standards for buildings as required by the Advanced Building Codes and Standards Act. The draft building code, as published in July 2024, without weakening provisions, will deliver important energy, economic, and health benefits to the state's residents and businesses while contributing to the state's climate goals. The proposed energy code is an important step in improving building performance, lowering energy costs, and supporting long-term resilience. Retaining strong efficiency provisions is consistent with best practices in building science and cost-effective construction. Below are some technical considerations for key code provisions. Building envelope efficiency. A well-designed building envelope plays a critical role in energy efficiency and occupant comfort. High-performance building envelopes reduce energy waste and improve resilience by improving thermal comfort during power outages and extreme weather conditions. Building performance and health. Buildings using fossil fuel systems release pollutants such as nitrogen dioxide and carbon monoxide, which have been linked to indoor air quality concerns when proper ventilation is not in place. Reducing the use of fossil fuel-based appliances can help mitigate exposure to these pollutants. Additionally, economic modeling of construction and operational costs show that all electric homes can have lower energy and maintenance costs over time compared to mixed fuel homes. Renewable energy requirements for commercial buildings. Renewable energy in commercial buildings aligns with strategies used to enhance energy performance and reduce peak demand. Where feasible, on-site renewable generation can provide resilience benefits during power disruptions and long-term operational savings. Limits on electric resistance heating. While electric resistance heating can serve as a backup in some cases, it is significantly less efficient than other available options, such as heat pumps. These provisions reflect established best practices in energy-efficient building design and construction. The updated code also provides prudent exemptions, which have been maintained in the recently released December 2024 draft. For instance, fossil fuel equipment can be used for emergency backup or standby power generation. It can continue being used in manufactured homes, agricultural buildings, infrastructure, and other applications. Fossil fuel equipment can also be used in cases where a local utility determines that new or expanded electric service cannot be reasonably provided by the utility. This will ensure that electrification requirements do not outpace grid capacity. By maintaining these measures and exemptions, the code supports buildings that are designed to be more efficient, resilient, and cost-effective over time, while also being practical by providing exemptions. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide this technical perspective. Thank you for all of your work on these important issues.
Thank you, Cornelia.
Next we have Diana Strablo, followed by Kashif Hussain, followed by Marcy Cleveland.
Diana's live.
Diana, your microphone is live.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for listening to us today. And I am a volunteer with Sierra Club and Renewable Heat Now, and we've worked long and hard advocating for the All Electric Building Act, and prior to that, the Climate Protection Act. And so we are just thrilled to see that the all electric building mandates are included in these codes, and we thank you for that. This will mean healthier homes and more affordable homes, and tackling our climate crisis at the same time. And we need, as we all know, this will be a major step as New York steps forward in a time when it is direly needed. And as many have said, we hope that the provisions that were left out in the revised code are put back in and not just left in the appendix. And that includes the phasing in of zero emission equipment for existing buildings. I live in Saranac Lake, New York, in the Adirondacks, one of the coldest places, not only in the state, but in the country. And I retrofitted my townhouse with a heat pump, an air source heat pump, and I am so thrilled to have this clean, safe heating system for my home, and it's been working fine, even in below zero temperatures. And so this, and I don't have propane tanks pulling up as my neighbors do. So it's cheaper to operate and works wonderfully. Also, the provision for disadvantaged communities, the decarbonization and prior should be given priority, and that provision should be put back in to the codes as well. So thank you very much for your hard work. Appreciate it. It is so exciting to finally see progress being made, and I hope there are no further delays and implementing the All Electric Building Act through these codes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diana. Next up, we have Kashif Hussain, followed by Marcy Cleveland, followed by Damian Hodkinson.
Chief is live.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kashif Hussain, he, him as pronouns. I'm the New York City Deputy Public Advocate for Infrastructure and Environmental Justice here at the Office of New York City Public Advocate Jumaane D. Williams. I thank the members of the Building Code Council for holding this hearing and for complying with the mandates as set out in the New York State All Electric Buildings Act. However, the Climate Action Council Scoping Plan, a product of a state Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, is just as legitimate as the All Electric Building Acts. Therefore, we must not treat the scoping plan as merely suggestions by placing them in large part only in the appendix of 2025 Energy Code. It rightfully belongs in the body of Energy Code. New York Energy Law 11-11046A also requires the Building Code Council to update the Energy Code according to the experts from the CAC appointed by the governor, the speaker, the minority leaders, and other elected officials in Albany. In order to accomplish the goals set by the scoping plan, the Building Code Council should amend current recommendations and make it mandatory. First, newly constructed homes must include the necessary electrical infrastructure for the installation and utilization of solar panels. This puts less pressure on the power grid and feeds energy back to the grid. The 2025 Energy Code should mandate that any new residential building that includes parking must also include electrical infrastructure for the installation of EV chargers. It's just common sense. The council should also adopt standards for zero emission equipment in existing buildings, such as heat pumps, which are 3 to 5 times more efficient than their fossil fuel counterparts, resulting in lower operating costs and lower energy bills. The building sector makes up 32% of the statewide emissions. Today, we are racing against time, as well as the current federal administration that is aiming to roll back all advancements in renewable energy. New York State's 2025 Energy Code must lead the way in new and sustainable building construction. Our office has submitted in-depth written testimony for your review. We look forward to continuing discussions on incorporating the requirements set by the Climate Action Council and the requirements of the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. Thank you so much, and job well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the members' edification, there are about 20 left on the list.
Next up, we have Marcy Cleveland, followed by Damian Hodkinson, and then Nikki Ordway.
Marcy is live.
Thank you for hanging in there with all us passionate folks. My name is Marcy Cleveland, and I am a BPI certified building analyst. a NYSERDA participating contractor in the Residential Energy Assessment Program, and a licensed realtor with a green designation. I also serve on the board of directors for Mid-Hudson Energy Transition, where we are decarbonizing the city of Kingston, focusing on the most vulnerable neighborhoods to create healthier, safer homes and accelerate an equitable clean energy transition. It is an understatement to say that what this Building Code Council agrees upon greatly affects the people that I serve. And with that, I applaud the council for advancing the All Electric Buildings Act, making New York the first state in the nation to adopt such a comprehensive, forward-thinking policy, which is necessary to meet our climate goals. I also support the council's decision to limit electric resistance heating, which can consume huge amounts of energy and cause massive electrical bills. As an example, I had an assessment client who couldn't figure out why their electric consumption for the past 2 months had exceeded 9,000 kilowatt hours, which was a really alarming number, especially for a brand new home built to the current energy code. So after some investigation, we discovered that the optional electric heat kit that was installed on their heat pump was running almost exclusively instead of the efficient heat pump itself. And obviously the owners had no idea this was happening. So while there is a lot to celebrate in this code update, a major gap is the lack of the energy disclosure requirement for real estate transactions. As both a home energy assessor and a real estate agent, I work directly with homeowners and renters who really care about sustainability and affordability. Yet currently, there's no mechanism whatsoever for buyers or renters to understand a home's energy use before they even move in. So while they can budget for mortgage, taxes, and insurance, they're completely in the dark about one of the most significant ongoing costs, which is energy bills. The New York Climate Action Scoping Plan explicitly recommends requiring energy consumption disclosure and energy performance ratings at time of sale or lease. And I'm really disappointed to see that this provision is not included in the code draft, because energy transparency is a consumer protection issue. So treat it just like disclosing flood risk or structural issues or other key factors that impact affordability. No buyer or renter should be blindsided by an unmanageable energy bill. So I'm urging the council to please prioritize energy disclosure requirements in the final draft, ensuring that home buyers and renters have the information they need to make an informed choice, because a home's true cost is more than just its purchase price. Thank you for your service and your consideration.
Thank you, Marcy.
Next up, Damian Hodkinson, followed by Nikki Ordway, followed by Kim Fraxick.
Damien is live.
Damian, your microphone is live.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right, great. So I'm Damian Hodkinson. I'm Vice President of Business Development with Halco Home Solutions. We're in Phelps, New York. Just to start off, I wanted to say thank you for the obvious hard work and thoughtfulness that's gone into the code update. I sit on a number of standards committees, so I know the probable pain that was involved with it, and so I thank you for it. Just to give a little background, Halco is a home services contractor. We employ about 170 people. We directly deal with residential energy efficiency and renewable energy installations in sort of the western half of New York State. We are broadly supportive of the code changes. I think most of what's in there is quite good. But there are two specific points that I wanted to just bring up. It's been brought up before, some of the things that got allocated to the appendices. The first, really, it's the solar ready zones, the electrical energy storage, and the EV readiness. I really believe those ought to be brought back into the base code. And I'm coming at this really from a contractor perspective of, we go and we install solar and renewable energy projects and battery storage on homes every day. And I think most people think the barrier to installing solar and renewable energy is sort of orientation or shading or roof space, but we find that really isn't what stops most projects. What stops most projects is the retrofit work that's required to get the housing electrical system up to speed to handle renewable energy. And that accounts for about 20, up to 30% of the job cost. And so by putting this into the code and having houses be ready for EV, for solar, for battery storage, I think we'll actually find that we get a much greater adoption of solar in the future, and it'll be a lot less expensive to do that. It is, as I said, 20%, 25% of most jobs is where we're spending that money, and that's contrasted with you do it as a new construction, it's a few $100. So it's a very big difference in cost, and I think a really important piece to pull into the code base. And that's kind of all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Damian.
Next up, we have Nikki Ordway, followed by Kim Frakzek and E.M. Moore.
Nikki is
Afternoon,
live.
everyone can hear me?
We can.
Very good. Thank you to the Building Code Council members and staff for having us today. My name is Nikki. I am a mother of 2 young children living in New York City. I have a day job that has nothing to do with buildings, and I volunteer with the grassroots climate group 350 Brooklyn. That is, I speak as an ordinary person with ordinary concerns, most of which relate to the 2 small humans running around in my household. In 2020 and 2021, a lot of us spent a lot of time indoors. During that period, one activity that my daughter and I enjoyed was making up stories. One of our stories featured a flightless bird named Midge, who lived with a flock of other flightless birds on a tiny planet. The planet had a single tree with mushrooms growing among its roots that the birds dug up for food, shelter, everything. Midge realizes that by digging up all these mushrooms all the time, she and her kind were digging up their own home by its roots. Most of that story is about the young hero trying to tell the grown-ups to stop messing everything up. And the story ends with the realization that, in fact, those flightless birds can fly. Maybe all that is not such an unexpected tale to create when so many of us felt trapped inside, when we felt that the world as we knew it was collapsing beneath our feet. But I now wonder if my daughter wanted to ask a broader question. When the current path is perilous, who is brave enough to do something different? On that basis, I applaud the Building Code Council's alignment of the revised code with the All Electric Buildings Act. All electric new construction does indeed represent something new, and on the basis of being new alone, something brave. That said, many buildings that exist today will exist decades from now, and I have a really hard time understanding how far New York can possibly get down this safer, healthier path to a low carbon future without facilitating the phase-in of zero emission equipment in those existing buildings. I invite the council to reconsider whether such a provision should be included in the code. The financial burdens associated with our hotter climate and more extreme weather are mind-numbing. Within my household, those burdens will be borne disproportionately by my children. This troubles me deeply, and I do not wish to look back 25 years from now and tell my children that we grown-ups weren't brave enough to get off the fossil fuel path and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki.
Next up, Kim Frakzek, E.M. Moore, and Mark Dunley.
Kim is live.
Kim Fracek. I know it's difficult to see a C and a Z, but it's pronounced with a CH. So my name is Kim Fracek. I'm the director of Sane Energy Project. We're an organization that's dedicated to advocating for a transition away from fossil fuels for the past 14 years. I got into this sort of work because I grew up in Pennsylvania, where fracking takes place, and a lot of people that I know, including my own family members, can't drink the water that comes out of their tap or bathe their children with the water that comes out of their tap because of fracking. And so, over the years that we've been organizing, we've come to realize how important the utilities are connected to the fossil fuel industry, and how important it is to make sure that our buildings are aligned with the health and safety of people in our society. I don't want to see that more people are getting childhood asthma and can't drink their water. So I'm really grateful that you're all holding this conference today, and I just want to address the revised draft of the 2024 Building Energy Code update. The positive impacts of this are, I thank you for requiring, we are really happy to see the requirement of all electric new construction. One of the most significant aspects of the revised code update is the requirement of the all new electric building, which aligns with our organization's goals and our state law. Specifically, the creation of the regulations in the Energy Code 1240.6 and the Uniform Prevention and Building Code section 1229-2 highlights the commitment to reducing fossil fuel equipment and building systems. This provision resonates with the strategies outlined in the Climate Action Council scoping plan. And other positive aspects and elements of the revised code include limits on the use of less efficient electric resistant space heating, restrictions on backup power for heat pumps, and the implementation of demand response controls for space heating, cooling, and water heaters. Additionally, the requirement of on-site renewable energy generation for commercial buildings, improved installation standards to reduce heat loss and energy efficient light controls contribute to a better future. And we are working really hard at Sane Energy Project and implementing thermal energy networks. And I think that the codes that we see here in the positive aspects are terrific. There are some missing provisions in the revised code that need to be addressed, and I see my time is running out, so I'm going to submit my comment in writing, but thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Liam Moore, followed by Mark Dunley, followed by Mark Schaefer.
They are live.
Hi there. Thank you to the members of the Building Codes Council for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Niamh Mora and I'm the Director of Healthy Communities and Special Projects at Environmental Advocates New York. EAMY's mission is to protect our land, air, water and wildlife and the health of all New Yorkers through advocacy and engagement with the legislator, agencies and departments. As such, I'm here today to weigh in on the 2024 Building Codes updates to ensure members of this council have a clear understanding of what is at risk by not effectively fully implementing the All Electric Buildings Act and the Scoping Plan. Given my limited time to speak, I will briefly cover the provisions we are delighted to see in this update before spending more time on areas of concern or lacking. We greatly support many of the provisions included in the revised code update, including but not limited to limits on the use of backup sources of power, improved energy efficiency measures for lighting and insulation, and demand response measures. These inclusions are critical steps in reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and ensuring future building stock is energy efficient. While we uplift these positive provisions, we are compelled to highlight the following areas of significant concern in the current updated codes, specifically regarding the decision to remove key strategies that were identified in the New York State Climate Action Council scoping plan from the draft 2024 Energy Code and move them into an appendices, thus making them non-enforceable, including A, electric vehicle readiness when parking is provided for new buildings, B, solar for new buildings, and C, energy storage systems for new buildings. Furthermore, we were very disappointed to see that there has been no guidance provided regarding the decarbonization and prioritizing for disadvantaged communities or how the department has incorporated the disadvantaged communities report into the draft codes as required by law. Forgoing direct intentional consideration of disadvantaged communities is in direct contradiction with the CLCPA and the newly implemented environmental justice citing law, and it's where I'll focus the majority of my remaining time. The revised codes removed the requirement for energy storage facilities for new construction. We encourage this to be included in the revised code, not just the appendix. Energy storage will allow for increased reliability, backup measures in the event of storm, and limit the demand on the grid. Limiting demand on the grid will have a benefit of reducing reliance on peaker facilities, which are detrimental to our climate and the health of surrounding communities. Creating stored solar power is of significant importance, and we see as an increasing number of households in New York State become more energy burdened, and we must protect and ensure reliable access to energy in our most vulnerable communities. The revised code includes numerous scoping plan recommendations, including but not limited to prohibiting replacement of fossil fuel equipment in the end of useful life, requiring sale and installation of energy efficient, zero emission new equipment for space heat and hot water at the end of useful life. I'm out of time, but we strongly urge the committee to consider these concerns raised today.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Mark Hunley, followed by Mark Schaefer, followed by Jordan Jackson.
Mark is live.
The Green Education and Legal Fund. One of GEL's major goals is to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is what the Paris Climate Accords recognized as needed to avoid climate collapse. Unfortunately, for the last 15 months, global warming exceeded that target. As the Secretary General of the UN has noted, we are out of time, and the lack of timely action by governments across the planet has opened up the gates to hell. Thus, it's essential that New York speed up its efforts to implement the rather tepid goals outlined in the CLCPA. Laudably, the revised draft code maintains much of the energy efficiency and electrification provisions that were included in the July 2024 draft, including implementation of the All-Electric Building Act, scheduled to go into effect at the end of 2025. Unfortunately, the draft has removed key strategies identified by the New York State Climate Action Council scope and plan from the draft code and put them into non-enforceable appendices. Pursuant to the Advanced Building Codes and Standards Act of 2022, the Code Council is required to update the code to include the strategies identified by the Climate Action Council. Additionally, the department has provided no guidance on the decarbonization prioritization for disadvantaged communities or how they have incorporated the disadvantaged community report into the draft code as required by law. Good provisions in the revised code update include requiring all electric new construction, limits on the use of less efficient electric resistant space heating, limits on the use of backup power for heat pumps, demand response controls for space heating and cooling, and water heaters, and better building insulation to reduce heat loss, as well as energy use monitoring and reporting. Unfortunately, several provisions are missing. One, a provision to adopt standards for zero emission equipment and the energy performance of existing buildings. Second, a provision on electric vehicle readiness was removed to the optional appendix. Electric vehicle readiness proactively prepares communities and infrastructure to accommodate the growing number of electric vehicles on the road. This provision would require that if there is parking provided for a new residential building, that the parking space have all the required electrical infrastructure needed. Third, the provision requires solar for residential buildings was removed with the optional Appendix RB or Appendix R1. Solar power in new homes can significantly reduce energy bills by generating clean energy on site. Fourth, a provision to require electric energy storage systems in newly constructed buildings was removed to the optional Appendix RD. This provision would require the new residential buildings to have energy storage systems. In addition, some other things that are missing.
10 seconds.
Thermal energy networks readiness, credentialing programs for energy code inspectors, require energy performance rating as part of the sale list.
Thank you. Thank you. Up next, we have Mark Schaefer, followed by Jordan Jackson, followed by Jeffrey Shapiro.
No Schaefer.
Okay, Jordan Jackson.
Jordan's mic is live.
Hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Hi, my name is Jordan Jackson. I work as a building performance professional and live as a renter in New York City. In fact, I moved to New York because it's like groundbreaking climate policy leadership through the state's Climate Act and New York City's Climate Mobilization Act. In the February 2025 Energy Code draft, I'm really excited to see many aspects of the All-Electric Building Act integrated. However, two critical provisions from the Climate Action Council scoping plan are missing in the draft that I'd like to use my time today to advocate for. First, strategy B2 from the scoping plan, which calls for the electrification of end-of-life equipment in existing buildings, must be included. Right now, electricity costs are high as we transition our grid and shut down fossil fuel plants. But this is temporary. The code is about our future. And over the next 5 years, as many of the code's provisions take effect, new clean power will come online to meet the market demand. The business opportunity is there if we allow it to happen. By incorporating the electrification of end-of-life equipment into the code now, we send a clear market signal that encourages investment in renewables, grid upgrades, and workforce development. Without this provision, we risk locking buildings into outdated, polluting systems that will be more expensive to operate and retrofit later. Second, strategy B3 from the scoping plan that calls for the building owners report energy usage to NYSERDA. The draft code does include the energy monitoring and reporting, but does not require submission to NYSERDA. This is a major oversight. NYSERDA is uniquely positioned to analyze statewide trends, provide financial and technical support for electrification, and implement programs that drive energy efficiency. Centralized reporting can ensure grid capacity and infrastructure investments align with demands. Reporting to NYSERDA can ensure a critical feedback loop where policymakers, utilities, and building owners can make informed decisions based on real-world data. In summary, I urge the council to include electrification of end-of-life equipment and reporting to NYSERDA in the energy code before the vote for final approval. These are necessary to align our buildings, our grid, and our infrastructure with New York's climate laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
Up next, we have Jeffrey Shapiro, followed by Andrew Foster, followed by Brian Lamorte.
No Jeffrey.
Okay, Andrew Foster next.
Andrew's live.
Good afternoon, Building Code Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Andrew Foster. I'm just an ordinary New York citizen. I live in Piercefield, New York, in the middle of the Adirondack Park. First, thank you. There's many great provisions included in this proposed update, addressing electrification, efficiency, safety, obviously a lot of work. Thank you. Secondly, I just want to offer my comment, which echoes many of the earlier comments, that there's a couple misses, or what I would rather characterize as missed opportunities. In particular, it's a really missed opportunity to not include the low-hanging fruit of requiring EV infrastructure readiness and solar power infrastructure readiness in new buildings. So I hope and ask that you take those out of the optional agenda and put them into the base code. Why? Just a couple brief reasons. One, my family over the last couple of years renovated a circa 1970s home. It had underground oil tanks, baseboard heating. It's now all electric, heat pump, solar roof with EV charging in the garage. Without a doubt, if we could turn the clock back, it would have been a lot easier and cheaper to do that, as you've heard from people like Mark from ACEEE. The second reason is not requiring those things now is going to create a real world practical barrier for owners in the future. We get lots of questions from our neighbors about how we did it, and lots of those questions and concerns have to do with their electrical system and the cost of upgrading it. So I couldn't say it better than architect Melissa Carlson did earlier, or the contractor Damien. These are real practical improvements that would help the code. So thank you for the great work, and I hope that you include these additional provisions. Have a great day.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, I see Jeffrey Shapiro is back on. I got it, Adam.
You got it.
Yep. Oh, maybe not. You'll have to do it. It's not letting me.
It's a call, right?
Yep.
I don't know if we can unmute those.
No, it's, I see his name. So it's not just a regular number.
Jeffrey, if you can hear us, attempt to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Go, we can.
Okay, I heard I'm unmuted. Appreciate it. My name is Jeff Shapiro. I represent the IRC Fire Sprinkler Coalition, and I also am a consultant to NFSA. Purpose of my comment today is to ask that you consider townhouse fire sprinklers, addressing it separately from 1 and 2 family homes. I did submit my own proposal to New York this cycle, addressing only townhouses, not the entirety of all 1 and 2 family. And my intent in that was to work towards incremental progress in residential fire safety. I did back off on that given the path that New York was taking, but I do want to make sure that if there is a decision made to not proceed with 1 and 2 family sprinklers, that townhouses are considered separately. I can emphasize a few reasons why townhouses warrant separate and favorable consideration that are unique to the townhouse design as opposed to 1 and 2 family. And first, I'll start out by saying that almost a third of states currently require new townhouses to have fire sprinklers. So New York is not plowing new ground if you were to adopt that requirement in the IRC. And I have not seen any adverse impact on townhouse construction in any of the states that have adopted the IRC without amending townhouse sprinklers out. With respect to townhouses, the point that a person's home is their castle doesn't really apply to a townhouse. Your safety is reliant on what dangerous things your neighbor may or may not do. You're all under one roof in one box. Townhouses are typically structures that are thick 6,000 plus square feet. They're large buildings that place a big demand on emergency responders for suppression and rescue. With the rapid decline of firefighter recruitment in New York, it's important that these large structures have fire protection built in, as opposed to burdening communities with picking up the responsibility for protection after the builder collects from the sales and leaves town to build elsewhere. Townhouses do not offer a choice to home buyers of sprinkler versus not. They're going to sprinkler the entirety of the building. They're not going to do a single unit when they build it. So you really don't have choice as a homeowner to pick sprinklers in a townhouse as you might in a 1 and 2 family dwelling. The economics of townhouses are different because the code has a variety of construction incentives that offset the sprinkler costs, many of which I've put in personally in the model code. I've submitted some data to DOS showing the net cost of townhouse sprinkler systems after those incentives are factored in are a fraction of the cost of the basic sprinkler installation. And I just want to ask in summary to please support a path towards a reasonable middle ground. If you're not going to support keeping sprinklers in all new homes, certainly townhouses warrant separate and distinct consideration. I've provided some data and will submit some written information to further support that. And I appreciate the opportunity to have my proposal looked at specifically.
Thank you, Joe. We appreciate it.
Next up, we have Brian Lamorte, Lisa Marshall, and Tessa Sanchez.
No, Brian.
O'Brien, and I will note that that puts us at about 10 people left. So next up would be Lisa Marshall.
Lisa is live. Live
Hello.
now.
We can hear you.
Hello. This is Lisa Marshall. I'm the Director of Organizing and Advocacy at New Yorkers for Clean Power. And prior to this position, I was Director of Heat Smart Tompkins, where I worked with thousands of home and building municipalities on achieving clean heating and cooling goals with improved weatherization and conversion to heat pumps. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I want to echo the praise of the other advocates who've spoken on the adoption of the All Electric Building Act. This is a long time in coming, and I wanted to share a story from the field that should be encouraging to people who have concerns about this. I live in Horseheads, New York. It is a disadvantaged community, and also extremely conservative community. And we moved my mother-in-law to elder community here in Horseheads during COVID, and she has dementia. That community has recently, in the past year, built a whole bunch of brand new duplexes for rent for elderly folks. They're really quite nice. And I noticed, to my surprise, that they are all electric, outfitted with electric stoves and heat pumps. And these are going so fast. The second they are completed, they are occupied. The people are moving in and cannot wait to move into these units. And I know that the Bethany Village is a for-profit entity and working with a local builder. They are doing this because they had looked into it and found it to be the most cost-effective option. So I just want to share back that by sending a market signal with the building code, you're actually helping people to identify more cost-effective ways of building new construction already, even before the code has been adopted. I do want to remark on the appendices, and I do echo others' real concern that those are not adopted into the code at this time. I want to especially address electric vehicle charging. This again is something really important to lower income folks. We have an electric car at home, and this car saves us thousands a year. It's not just the cost of the fuel, it's also the fact we don't have to do oil changes. Our first set of brakes lasted us 3 years, even though we do quite a few miles of driving. My husband actually commutes from Horseheads to Binghamton, which is over an hour each way, in the electric vehicle all throughout the year. And so for people of lower income, want to get electric cars, but charging is the real barrier. When they don't have
10
access,
seconds.
they just can't do it. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Tessa Sanchez, Abid Anwar, and Alex Hitcham.
No Tessa?
Abid?
No Abed?
Hold on, I see a bit on mine. Let me just refresh and see. Oh, they're not there. Okay. And then Alex? See Alex.
No, Alex is just signing on.
Okay, we'll go down to the next one and come back up. Ellen Wagner?
Ellen is live.
Ellen, your microphone is open. Ellen, can you hear us?
Are you hearing me?
We hear you now.
Sorry, okay. Yeah, my name is Ellen Wagner. I'm a member of my town CAC. I have a long-standing concern about climate change ever since the 1980s. You know, our personal journey started with hybrid cars in 2014, and then electric heat pumps, and now we have an EV. We've retrofitted our 1958 home. My immediate concern is our town has been planning for some time a large multi-use development with commercial, grouped residential and individual residential development. I approached the planning board and the town supervisor with the request that they encourage the developer to install utility geothermal rather than using the gas lines that go along the highway to put in gas stoves and gas heaters. They were both supportive, but said, you know, we don't have a building code that allows us to require that. So we can talk to the developer, but we can't make him do it. And so my concern is that the really wonderful set of requirements that are put into this electric house proposal at this point can be ignored. I would feel so sad if this development went in gas powered because the requirement had been delayed. So I would like to encourage a timely adoption of this excellent proposal. Again, I thank you for listening to all of us. I too support the inclusion of these appendix items into the main body. You know, especially given the national climate, I think it's even more important that we put these climate disaster combating regulations into effect as soon as possible and not let the fossil fuel industry have yet one more win. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen.
Okay, I'm going to read the last 5 names that I have on the list, because if you're not on this list, you need to chat into Adam to let us know. So we have Mike Frisnia, Nathan Strater, Aaron Sherman, Michael Rangstrom, and then back up to Alex.
I have a couple extras.
Okay.
You want to go next?
So I guess Mike Frisnia.
Mike is live.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm here to talk about a critical gap in the mandatory aspects of the 2025 draft building code in the absence of EV readiness requirements for new construction. I'm Mike Frisina, and I represent Switch Energy. In 2019, New York State passed landmark climate legislation, and as part of that legislation, created the Climate Action Council, which developed a comprehensive scoping plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The 2024 plan explicitly called for new multi-unit developments to require EV readiness by January 2025 in Key Strategy B1. Additionally, in 2024, the legislature passed an EV-ready parking bill that was chapter amended by the governor, specifically citing that EV readiness in the building code should be dealt with by this council. The amended bill is expected to pass the legislature this second. However, the current draft building code fails to mandate these crucial requirements. The economic case for EV readiness in new construction is compelling. Installing EV-ready infrastructure during initial construction typically costs $1,000 to $2,000 per parking space, while retrofitting existing buildings can cost 3 to 7 times more. When we fail to include EV-ready requirements in new construction, we're essentially passing on these significantly higher costs to future property owners and residents who will inevitably need to upgrade as market-driven EV adoption continues to grow. These recommendations from the Climate Action Council weren't arbitrary. They were carefully developed to help New York meet its legally mandated emission reduction goals. If the council decides not to incorporate EV readiness in the code, it will impose a burden that is more expensive and complex to address. Every new building constructed without EV readiness is a missed opportunity in a more expensive future retrofit project. Let's make the smart choice and include these requirements as mandatory in the code. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, Nathan Streeter, followed by Aaron Sherman, followed by Michael Rangstrom.
Nathan is.
My name is Nathan Streeter. I'm a registered architect, an AIA member, and I'm here as a member of the Alternative Building Industry Collective. I live and practice in New York City. I'm coming to you to encourage the board to fully adopt an all-electric building act as passed by the New York legislature. This should be part of the Energy Code and the Uniform Code. Specifically, I'd like to speak to the designated items that are in the appendices for resilience, as well as end-of-life equipment replacement per Strategy B2. We have the ability to create an infrastructure for the future. The code, as I see it, is really about empowering the builder to meet the moment. I'm of the belief that building resilience into projects isn't a burden. It's actually an opportunity multiplier. And as an architect, I work primarily on retrofits. Every day, I can appreciate the need to be forward thinking during the initial build. The move to the future to require solar connections for residential buildings was removed and placed within Appendices RB or Appendices RI. Similarly, provisions to require electrical energy storage systems in newly constructed buildings was removed and made optional as part of Appendix RD. As I see it, this is a mistake. It only acts to hem in the future use cases for buildings. Energy storage is incredibly important, whether you're in a hyperlocal disaster preparedness situation or as creation as part of a resilient overall grid for the future. Either way, we need to move the market forward. I'd like to also echo the sentiments of my fellow Abbey member, Jordan Jackson, in support of Strategy B2. As equipment comes to the end of life, we need to create opportunities to modernize. This is about safety as well as efficiency. A modernized system across the board will have benefits for the owner-operator across their portfolio, whether it's large or small. A heavily electric system will have resilience by providing potential for shared resources within the future. I'll yield the rest of my time, but I'd like to thank you guys for yours today. I'll trust that you'll act within the interest of all of our futures.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next up we have Aaron Sherman, followed by Michael Ringstrom, and then back up to Alex.
Wow, Aaron is gone.
Then we're on to Michael.
Michael is live.
Thank you to the Codes Council for the privilege and the opportunity to be able to speak today. My name is Michael Rangstrom. I am the current president of STABOA, which is one of the local chapters of NSBOC. And the topic that I'm going to be speaking on today is something that Steve McDaniels touched on earlier, which is the unneeded modifications that we have. One of those unneeded modifications was the term inmate, which was changed to incarcerated individual. This is not a critical change to the building environment. This change does not affect the administration or the enforcement or practical application of our codes. In New York, you have laws, regulations, and codes. In that hierarchy, codes, rules, they're at the bottom of the food chain. The legislature passed a law to modify the language in several laws. Now, this change in the legislature's bill A2395, the legislature indicated that their intent was to place this word in every instance in every regulation or code. These words were not replaced in over 650 sections of the regulations. Sections, not even instances. In those sections, there are multiple instances of the word inmate, and they still exist today. These regulations include the banking law, the education law, mental hygiene law, the RPAPLs, the social services law, and DEC and corrections law. We're talking about codes. The legislature did not change the county law specific to prisoner furlough programs. They did not change every instance of the word in the criminal procedure law, the civil practice law, or even the civil rights law. All the laws that changed deal with the treatment of the individual. The use of the word in building codes does not deal with the treatment of individual. Building codes deal with the use of the building, the occupancy, the space. We do not change words in the building code, let's say childcare to offspring care. We need to continue to be consistent. The need for the word childcare is so that it's clear to the authority having jurisdiction what the intent of the code is and how it's to be applied. Firm, fair, and consistent. That's a lesson from my first code director. He also said, if people are complaining about you, then you're doing your job. But the job of the Department of State staff, they really reached here. They read something, thought it was a requirement to change the language, but it was a modification that we did not need to make because it was a modification just for making modifications. The ask here from me is from the Code Council to delete these modifications throughout because it doesn't change the application of the code or its intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. What do you got, Kevin?
I think that's it for my list. I don't see Alex coming back. So Adam, did you have others on your list?
I do. So the first one I have is Martha Sickles, then Roosevelt Tavares, Dwayne Pierce, and Santos. Martha, you are live.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, good, thank you. My name is Martha Sickles. I'm principal of Urbicon LLC and a consultant of the Association for Energy Affordability that promotes building decarbonization in existing buildings and provides energy services for new construction projects. I want to thank the Code Council for the opportunity to speak today. New York is facing many challenges in implementing its groundbreaking energy laws to address the increasingly dire climate crisis. We're most appreciative of the good work of the Building Code Council members in producing this 2024 building code to address the largest source of greenhouse gas pollution in New York State and promote decarbonization in our built environment. Building codes are an important implementation tool to reach legislative goals. We're pleased that the draft code includes many requirements for the All Electric Buildings Act, facilitating all new construction of low-rise buildings by 2026 and higher all other buildings by 2029. A study conducted in the New Building Institute found that all electric new construction was cheaper to construct than baseline cold homes, and buildings reduced energy consumption by 34% compared to a 9% reduction in mixed fuel buildings. All electric buildings are healthier, provide greater comfort, and contribute to greenhouse gas reductions. We appreciate many items in the current code that restrict the use of electric resistance heating, fossil fuel, require heating and cooling demand response, greater specificity in lighting controls, requirement of installation of renewable energy or procurement of off-site energy in commercial buildings. We also appreciate measures that will increase building envelope efficiency. Understanding energy usage is also critical to optimizing building efficiency. So we support C40513 that requires buildings over 10,000 square feet to be equipped to measure, monitor, record, and report total energy consumption. However, there's no reporting requirement. Colleagues have mentioned this, and so we'd like to do that. Also, I want to echo what many other colleagues have spoken about are those things that are no longer, were put in the appendices and not in the code, such as electric vehicle readiness, electric storage systems, provision to require solar for residential buildings, and a plan for disadvantaged communities that are most impacted by buildings. Also important is the lack of adoption of standards for zero emission equipment and energy performance of many existing buildings. Thank you so much for opportunity to testify and for your kind consideration of testimony given today.
Thank you so much.
Roosevelt Tavares. You're live.
Sustainability consultant in New York City. I'm here today to strongly advocate for a strong and rigorous and forward-thinking energy code that prioritizes electrification. The revised 2024 New York State Energy Code takes crucial steps by requiring all electric new construction, limiting inefficient electric resistance heating, and incorporating demand response controls. These provisions will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, lower energy costs, and improve indoor air quality, critical for public health and climate resilience. However, key provisions are missing. We must phase in zero emission equipment for existing buildings, ensuring we don't just build cleaner structures, but also upgrade what we already have. Electric vehicle readiness and solar requirements for new buildings must be reinstated. These are cost-effective, common sense measures that will prepare our grid and reduce long-term expenses for New Yorkers. The science is clear. We must decarbonize now. Buildings account for a significant share of our emissions, and strengthening this energy code will determine whether New York leads or lags in the clean energy transition. I urge the Council to adopt the strongest possible electrification measures to ensure healthier homes, resilient communities, and a livable future for all. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Roosevelt.
Dwayne Pierce. Dwayne, your mic is live.
Background in fire service code enforcement, now work for ISO. Just want to briefly express my support for any kind of common sense application of residential sprinkler systems. Just the basis of it is 30 years ago, we had 8 minutes to exit our home, and now we've got 2 minutes. One of the primary missions of residential sprinklers is life safety. The additional benefit is property conservation. I know it's difficult with single family homes, but maybe I'd listen to one of the other people comment about townhouses, and I would add to that 2-family dwellings with similar arguments. Another fallback position could be some communities already had local laws looking at residential sprinklers and then have kind of shied away from them over the past few years. Even if we could take a common sense approach and look at the water supply, if we have municipal water supply available at the curb, then residential sprinklers would be required. If we don't, maybe we wait for technology to get a little better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dwayne. And one more.
Santosh, mic is live.
Hey, thank you. My name is Santosh Nandabalan. I'm on staff at New York Communities for Change. If you're not familiar with NYCC, we represent over 20,000 low to middle income, predominantly Latino and Black members throughout New York State, who are incredibly concerned about the issue at hand here. We need to move our buildings off fossil fuels, and we need to electrify. A lot of our members come from disadvantaged communities, come from environmental justice neighborhoods, and we are hit the worst with the fossil fuel industry in our homes. It means we get higher bills that we can't afford, and it also means that we get more health consequences to it. So that's added on top of all the climate impacts. There are a few key things I want to mention here. First, really glad that y'all voted in support of the All Electric Buildings Act. This is an important measure, and at the state level, we need to follow it up with key legislation like the HEAT Act, like Bucks for Boilers Act. But key things that I see missing here that are super crucial and that you all have already heard about is in order to really hit our climate goals and in order to protect the communities where NYCCers are, we need the phase in of zero emission equipment for existing buildings. We need solar for new buildings. We need electric vehicle readiness where parking is provided for new buildings. And we need energy storage system for new buildings. So none of this stuff, on the face is terribly complicated. Realize there's a lot to get that done. But in order to, make sure that New York hits its climate goals and we're looking out for the most vulnerable communities, we simply have to move off fossil fuels and simply get this stuff done. Thanks.
Thanks, Sid.
I don't have any others.
Okay. If anyone was not on today who would like to, please check in the chat right now. Okay. In that case, I will close public comment for the day and move us to agenda item 8, future meetings. The Code Council will meet again on June 27th, July 25th, and December 5th. Please mark your calendars and let Kevin know if you have conflicts. That moves us to agenda item 9, other business. I know it's been a really long day, but I'm just going to take 1 minute more. I need to say thank you to my teams for their extraordinary work in getting us this far. This is what's at my feet here is not an easy task. It was a brutal 6 months, and really it's been a tough 3 years. So first, I need to thank John Dario and Brian Tollison, our director, assistant director, our co-development team, assistant director, Kevin Clark, Jeannie Rice, Chad Sievers, Larissa Delango, Stephen Van Hoos, and Brian Toper. From the Energy Services team, that's Assistant Director Emra Gonzalez-Laters, Gregory Benton, Dan Carroll, Chris Jensen, now Nicholas Petramali. I got it right this time. Thank you. Also Ben Rabe and Gina Jobin. From our council team, Associate Attorney Peniota Hyde, Amalia Talti, and Abinu Inu.
Banal.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I knew I was going to screw it up. I should have all day. Ben Kaczynski, who has left us a couple of weeks ago, and of course our Deputy Counsel, David Gonzalez. And finally, I can't forget China Clark, who graciously is handling the New York City side of the meeting today, and who was recently promoted out of the CDU. And of course, Adam, Jeff, and Ron, who have run our meeting today. Guys, good job. That was not an easy task, and we appreciate it. Likewise, I'm going to thank the members. First of all, your council discussions that we've had in between meetings between us, and your ideas have been invaluable to the team and to myself, and I appreciate it. Also sitting through, and the number was 70 today, in case you're wondering. I think that's the most we've ever had by at least 20. So thank you for sitting through it and hearing what these impassioned people tell us. Is there any other business to come before the council today? Going once, going twice.
Ooh, hold on, I see Bill.
Bill?
Hold on, let me unmute Buffalo.
Okay.
Since the comments here are not part of the public comment period of the code officially on the record, but folks got a chance to address us personally, which they really won't during the comment period. So I think that's appropriate. But I do also think that I wanted to say a few things about some of the things I heard today, because it's a chance to speak to my colleagues on the council as well. And some of that is that I think, especially with the issues of electrification, I think the concept of electrification, this climate issue, addressing those things is really important. I have no dispute there at all. But I am deeply concerned that the legislature took a path that said the first thing we're going to do is require buildings be electrified, and we're going to worry about the grid later. We're not, even though housing is such an important part of the economy of New York, because we're creating neighborhoods full of consumers that support every sector of the economy. And if we can't build those neighborhoods because there's not enough grid capacity, that's a problem. And the concentration seems to be on just simply staying away from fossil fuels and plugging into the grid, as opposed to really pushing the development of renewables that would create new economic opportunity, new industries, new technology to be developed that does not require grid capacity, that would supplement those things, which to me is really important. It ignores, as the focus has been on new construction, the number is disputable in terms of how many structures there are in New York State. I've seen different numbers, but one of them that was 7 million existing structures. And if we focus on new construction, where right now the state of New York builds about 40,000 new houses per year statewide. So if you do the math on that, if every single one of those 40,000 structures replaced an existing building, which we know is not true, you don't build a house and have a requirement to demolish something else to make room for the new one. It's just added to the building stock. And so if it were that case, though, if every new one replaced one of the existing 7 million and we only focused on new construction, it'll take 175 years to replace those 7 million structures. We don't even make a dent in the issue of climate change by focusing there, yet we disincentivize people from moving into more energy efficient structures that require less energy, that create new neighborhoods and support everyone, because we put the cart is my. Sorry. Crazy. What'd you do? Nothing? No. Okay. So the other element was there's a lot of people who sit and have quoted statistics without citing sources. So we have heard multiple times today and at previous meetings that the largest source of greenhouse gases into the climate of New York State is from buildings. Heard that multiple times today. But while we sat here, I checked the EPA website. As it happens, this is a complicated issue with multiple facets. And if we're looking to improve the environment, that actually, according to EPA, the number one source of greenhouse gases into the environment, which is 34% as a source out of the 100%, is the production of electricity. So we're going to electrify buildings requiring more production of electricity, which is powered by, in many cases, coal, gas. That's how we generate electricity. So instead of looking at the big picture, we focus on one facet of a solution, and that demands more carbon than anything. 34%. Number two, by the way, is industry at 24%. Number three is agriculture at 22%. Number four is transportation at 15%. And number five, not number one, number five is buildings, and that is 6%. But the testimony we heard today over and over and over again was that it's buildings and we need to focus there. Now, the legislature did what they did. That ship has sailed. We have to bring the code into compliance. That's it. But I think people should really consider what the facts are, not just listen to people give us testimony and take it at face value without fact checking any of it. I think that's a problem. And I do think we really need to concentrate on renewables or improving the grid if we're really going to be able to do something, and we're not just going to simply crash the economy of the state of New York. So with that, I've said my piece. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Is there any other business? Okay. Hearing none, I'll close that agenda item. And at that point, hearing no further business to come before the council today, the first quarter meeting of the Code Council has come to an end and we stand adjourned. Thank you all for your patience today. Everyone, please drive or fly safely.